Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining the Hong Kong Science Summit. It is my great honor to be the MC today. I'm Yo Yi Leung. Hello, everyone. Good morning. Good morning. The Hong Kong Science Summit brings together international distinguished scientists and leaders from global science academies to share advancements in science from various regions and explore opportunities and challenges in global scientific development. Thanks to the support of many parties, the Hong Kong Science Summit has been a great success. We would like to take this opportunity to express our gratitude. Organizers including the Hong Kong Academy of Sciences, the Hong Kong Young Academy of Sciences, co-organizers, Tencent Foundation, funding organization, Innovation and Technology Commission, local academic partners including City University of Hong Kong, Hong Kong Baptist University, Hong Kong Metropolitan University School of Science and Technology, Institute of Professional Education and Knowledge, Ningnan University, the Chinese University of Hong Kong, the Education University of Hong Kong, the Hong Kong Polytechnic University, the Hong Kong University of Science and Technology, the University of Hong Kong, and also our supporting organization including ESRI, Cyberport, Hong Kong Science and Technology Parks Corporation, Hong Kong Industrial Council, the Hong Kong Academy of Gifted Education, World Association of Young Scientists. Without everyone's support, the event would not have been so successful. May I invite you all to give a big round of applause to all our supporting parties. Thank you so much. Now, I would like to invite the organizer, Professor Dennis Lo, President and founding member, Hong Kong Academy of Sciences, to deliver a welcome remarks. Professor Lo, please.
Professor Sun Dong, distinguished speakers, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. On behalf of the Hong Kong Academy of Sciences, it's my great honor to extend a very warm welcome to you all at the Hong Kong Science Summit as we mark our first decade. Since its establishment in 2015, the Academy has grown from a shared vision amongst pioneering scientists into a cornerstone of Hong Kong's scientific landscape. So this journey, marked by perseverance and profound collaboration, has been nothing short of being transformative. So our mission has always been clear: to champion scientific excellence, to foster interdisciplinary breakthroughs, and to nurture the next generation minds who will shape our future. The numbers tell part of the story. Over these 10 years, we have organized over 600 science events, including international science summits, exchanges between scientific community and industry, as well as science education outreach activities for students and the general public. These efforts have engaged over 150,000 participants and reached out more than 30 million online viewers. But beyond the figures lie our deeper belief, that is, the power of science to transform our society. Indeed, the bond between science and society is inseparable. We see it in healthcare and communication, but the connection goes further. The recent tragic fire in Tai Po and the community's passionate response to it has led me to a pressing reflection. What more can we, as a scientific community, contribute? How can we make our building safer, our materials more resilient, our prevention system more intelligent? This is not merely a technical question, it's a moral imperative. We champion science not only to understand the world, but to improve it, to build a safer, more equitable, and more sustainable future for all. So turning this vision into reality requires not only advancing science, but also inspiring the next generation of innovators and continuing a dialogue with the community at large. So welcoming more young minds to this journey of discovery and innovation stands at the very heart of the Academy mission. So in strong support of this commitment, we founded the Hong Kong Young Academy of Science in 2018. It gathers brilliant and passionate young scientists, creating a dynamic platform for cross-generational, cross-border and interdisciplinary interactions. Now, today's summit is in fact a flagship event of our Young Academy, and actually co-created with these young scientists, and this is a testament to our shared investment in the future. None of this would be possible without the generous and visionary leadership that has guided our path. So we owe our deepest gratitude to our founding president, Professor Cui Lap-Ji, our directors, our dedicated members, whose foresight and commitment has laid our foundation. So we're equally grateful for the steadfast support from the Hong Kong SAR government, in particular the Innovation, Technology and Industry Bureau and the Innovation Technology Commission, along with all our academic partners and supporting organizations. It's your enduring trust and collaboration that have cultivated the vibrant science ecosystem that we're proud to call our own today. We also wish to express our sincere appreciation to our sponsors, notably the Innovation Technology Commission and the Tencent Foundation, as well as to the media and every community partner. You have helped bring science out of the labs and into the public hearts. So this summit embodies the collaborative and forward-looking spirit of our Academy at this 10-year milestone. We're truly honored to welcome the scientists who have joined us from around the world. Your presence enriches this summit and underscores the global spirit of science collaboration. So thank you for traveling all the long way to Hong Kong to share your insights and wisdom with us. Now, we're privileged to host leaders from Academy worldwide who will share insights on global scientific developments. We're proud to amplify the power of young scientists and to foster an intergenerational dialogue on the next decade of science. So as we look ahead at this juncture, the Academy remains dedicated to building a more open, inclusive, and interconnected global scientific community. So let us embark on the next decade together. So driven by curiosity, united in collaboration, and inspired by possibility of what we can achieve. So thank you, and I wish you all a stimulating and memorable summit. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Lo, and please be seated. Now, let's welcome our co-organizer, Mr. Dawson Tong, Senior Executive Vice President, President of Cloud and Smart Industries Group, Tencent, to deliver a welcome remarks on behalf of Tencent Foundation. Mr. Tong, please.
The Honorable Professor Sun, Professor Lo, Professor Shum, distinguished guests and scientists, good morning. I'm very honored to be here witnessing the launch of the Hong Kong Scientist Summit as we celebrate the 10th anniversary of the Hong Kong Academy of Sciences. It is truly inspiring to see many distinguished guests and scientists, talents, and leaders all gather here. Hong Kong is fast establishing itself as an international innovation and technology hub. We are proud to be part of this ecosystem in which our outstanding scientists and researchers play an important role to turn seemingly crazy ideas into real scientific progress, driven by their curiosity and dedication. To support this ecosystem, Tencent has made long-term commitment through initiatives such as the Explorer Prize and the new Cornerstone Investigator Program, for which we've pledged 10 billion RMB over 10 years. We support venture into the uncharted territories of fundamental science. Today, we are delighted to have many Explorer Prize winners and new Cornerstone investigators here with us. And we're also deeply grateful to Professor Dennis Lo for his service on the scientific committee guiding the selection of new Cornerstone investigators. As the initiator of these awards, Tencent is committed to being your most steadfast supporter, empowering our scientists to explore the unknown, to seek answers for the future of humanity. Looking ahead, we hope to create more platforms for international scientific collaboration and to inspire young people to embark on this exciting journey of discovery. In line with our Tech for Good mission, Tencent does far more than subsidizing research. We're constantly looking for ways to integrate meaningful social value into our core technologies. A prime example is our breakthrough in life sciences. Our iDrug platform, powered by the self-developed T-Fold model, serves as a digital accelerator for drug discovery. It can predict possible protein structures in seconds, tasks that traditionally took months. This AI capability effectively gives scientists a pair of night vision goggles, helping them navigate the unknown and identify potential treatment of critical diseases much faster. This effort extends to accessibility of our ethereal audio. We adapted AI noise-canceling technology from Tencent Meeting to create clear, more affordable hearing aid solutions for the hearing impaired. These innovations demonstrate that technology, when guided by kindness, can solve the hardest real-world problems. At the same time, we're witnessing a real paradigm shift where AI is becoming an essential catalyst for scientific discovery and innovation. We're constantly exploring different possibilities of this revolutionary and fast-evolving technology. At Tencent, we have long believed that R&D is the engine behind innovations. Since 2018, Tencent has invested more than 440 billion Hong Kong dollars in research and development. It gives us the foundation to explore and scale new technology applications of AI and help extend the boundaries of scientific research. Over the past few years, Tencent has been building full-stack AI capabilities from fundamental research to real-world deployment. For example, our Robotics X lab has been focusing on advanced research and engineering for robotic systems, and we have developed an operating system called Tyros, open to robot system designers, which combines multiple AI models on the bodies and on the cloud to manage data from sensors, motion planning, responses, and actions. In multimedia, as one of the major contributors of the latest video coding standards, we are actively redefining the future video experience. With industry-leading multimodal strengths, Tencent Hunyuan now supports nearly 900 scenarios across WeChat, meetings, and gaming. Backed by more than 50,000 patents, sustained investments, we are building research infrastructures needed to empower young scientists like you to drive the next breakthroughs. The same belief in the power of science also drives our strategic partnership with the City University of Hong Kong. Committed to accelerating scientific discovery, we provide flexible, high-performance cloud infrastructure to support researchers in complex fields such as material science, physics, and chemistry. We aim to empower scientists to emulate experiments, analyze data, and ultimately pushing the boundaries of what is scientifically feasible. We also warmly welcome opportunities to collaborate with other universities and research institutions to jointly drive the future of scientific innovation. Today, we celebrate not only the launch of the Scientist Summit, but also the boundless future of science. We are proud to support the scientific community in building this bridge for exchange and innovation. We look forward to exploring the unknown with you and contributing to the advancement of science in Hong Kong. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Tong. Thank you for sharing, and please be seated. Today, it is a great honor to have Professor Sun Dong, Secretary for Innovation, Technology and Industry, the Hong Kong SAR government, to support us. Let's give a big round of applause to Professor Sun to deliver an opening remarks.
Professor Dennis Lo, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is my great pleasure to join you all today at the Hong Kong Science Summit. This summit gathers distinguished scientists and academic leaders from around the world to exchange views on the latest global scientific development. Science and technology are instrumental for scientific progress. I'm glad that we are here together to build a better future for the young generations and make Hong Kong and even this world a better place in our pursuit for scientific discoveries and technological breakthroughs. In recent years, the Hong Kong SAR government has been investing vigorously in innovation and technology, or INT in short. With 3 major INT parks and 5 key research and development institutions as a framework, we are poised to promote the coordinated development of and positive interaction among the research and development in the upstream, technology transfer in the midstream, and the development of industry in the downstream. We hope to leverage Hong Kong's traditional strengths in research and development to drive industrial innovation and build a healthy INT ecosystem. Our efforts are gradually bearing fruit. With the staunch support of our country, as well as our close collaboration with neighboring cities, the Shenzhen-Hong Kong Guangzhou cluster has ranked first for the first time in the 2025 Global Innovation Index ranking of the world's top 100 innovation clusters. Riding on our tremendous potential in technology development, Hong Kong also rose to rank 4th globally in digital competitiveness in the latest World Digital Competitiveness Ranking 2025. These achievements are a testament to our dedication and innovative spirit of the city, laying a robust foundation for high-quality development. To keep up the momentum, we are expediting the development of the Hong Kong-Shenzhen INT Park in the Loop, with a view to join hands with Shenzhen to create an international talent hub. Together with Hong Kong Science Park and Cyberport, the Hong Kong Park in the Loop would further propel our INT development. The government has also been bolstering its efforts to nurture local talents and attract overseas and mainland professionals. The existing 2 Inno-Hong Kong research clusters, namely Air at Inno-Hong Kong and Health at Inno-Hong Kong, have already pulled over 3,000 experts from around the globe. Building on the success of the 2 clusters, we are taking forward the establishment of the 3rd Inno-Hong Kong research cluster, namely SEAM, S-E-A-M, at Inno-Hong Kong. This new cluster will focus on research areas such as sustainable development, energy, advanced manufacturing, and materials, and is expected to broaden high-caliber talent pool. We have also launched the 3 billion Frontier Technology Research Support Scheme in September this year to provide funding support to universities in attracting international top-notch scientific researchers to Hong Kong, so as to spearhead basic research in frontier technologies. These recent measures signify our commitment to developing Hong Kong as an international I&T center and talent hub. Hong Kong's development is underpinned by our unique one country, two system principle, which makes us the only world city which enjoys both the China advantage and the global advantage. With enormous opportunities arising from the development of the Greater Bay Area, we are at the dawn of an unprecedented golden era for Hong Kong's I&T development. Nurturing young talents is vital to bringing Hong Kong's I&T development to a whole new level. The Hong Kong Academy of Sciences, including its Hong Kong Young Academy of Sciences, has been our close partner in empowering the next generation of scientists. As this year marks an important milestone of the 10th anniversary of the Academy, let us continue to join hands in building a vibrant I&T ecosystem and nurturing more talents who will contribute to the high-quality development of both Hong Kong and the country. In closing, may I wish you all a fruitful and inspiring experience at the summit. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and please remain on stage and proceed to the center of the stage. Thank you so much for your support all the time. Now, we would like to invite the following guests to join Professor Sun to have theater together. Professor Dennis Lo, please. Professor Anderson Shum. Mr. Dawson Tong. Ms. Lillian Zhang. Mr. Ivan Lee. Professor Bai Chun Li. Professor Akray Raisha Abdul Karim. Professor Alison Noble. Professor Peter Heggie. Professor Vivian Wing Wah Yam. Thank you. So now let's stand closer to Professor Sun and Professor Dennis Lo. And please look at the photographer in the center. May I invite the guests on the stage one step to the right? Thank you. So now please have a look at the center to have the best photo. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Few more to go. 1, 2, 3. Few more to go. 1, 2, 3. Please continue to have a look to the center. And also, we have some media friends at the back of the room. Please have a look to the top side. Yes, and we have so many cameras. Yes, please share in the social media immediately to let more people know this news. Thank you. Thank you so much. Now, I would like to invite Professor Sun, Professor Lo, Professor Shum, Mr. Tong, Ms. Zhang, Mr. Lee. Please remain on stage. For the other guests, please be seated. Thank you. So now we would like to invite the foreign guests to come to the stage to join the photo. May I invite Dr. Sam Sok Yi Chan. Mr. Gao Chunbo. Dr. Abi Virakumar Rashi Brum. Dr. Ekapeng Krychek. Dr. Dennis Newman Griffiths. Professor Kathleen Scher. Professor Stephanie Moore. Professor Carmen Wong. So we can stand closer to Professor Sun and Professor Low, and then we can, okay, please have a look to the photographer in the middle. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, few more to go. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Okay, please have a look at the back of the room. We have some media friends today, and also so many mobile phones, camera. Thank you so much. May I now invite you all, please be seated, because we are going to have a big group photo. Thank you. So now we're invite all the guests, just remain seated, and we are going to take a big photo together. We want to capture this wonderful moment with everyone here. So please gather together, flash your best smiles for our photographer, and stand closer to each other. For those wearing a pair of glasses, you can adjust a little bit. You can look even more energetic. Yes, and don't forget your big smile. Okay. So please have a look to the center. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Few more to go. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. And then let's have one more thumbs up to boost our energy. Thumbs up. Give like to the Hong Kong Science Summit. Continue to boost the energy. To make the summit even more successful, yes, continue your energy. Because I know science is a long way work, right? Thank you. So one more to go. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now, I would like to invite Professor Vivian Wing Wah Yam, founding member, Hong Kong Academy of Sciences, as this session's convener. Let's give warm welcome to Professor Yam.
Good morning, Professor Xuan Dong, President Dennis Low, distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, ladies and gentlemen. It's my great pleasure and honor to chair this first section on the overview of global scientific development. We have 5 very distinguished, esteemed speakers and leaders from around the globe to share with us their vision and insights on the topic associated with their premier academies. So we are really delighted to have our speakers here. So without further ado, may I invite the first keynote speaker, Professor Quraish Abdul Karim, the president of the World Academy of Sciences, to be on stage. And so maybe I will very briefly introduce Professor Karim. She is the president of the World Academy of Sciences, as I just mentioned. She is also a co-founder of the Center for the AIDS Program of Research in South Africa, Capricia. She led groundbreaking research in the Capricia's 004 trial, and she was the first to demonstrate the antiretroviral viral drugs, specifically the gel that can prevent sexual transmission of HIV. And she has mentored many scientists. And of course, with her leadership in the TWAS, we would like to hear more from TWAS. So could we have a big hand for Croatia to talk about building resilient research institutions, experiences from South Africa.
Thank you very much, Professor Wam, for that very warm introduction. Honorable Sun, Lo, and Tong, distinguished guests, friends, and colleagues, it's a real honor and privilege to be here this morning at this very important Science Summit. And I want to take this opportunity to congratulate the Hong Kong Academy of Science for reaching this very important milestone, first decade. So well done, and I hope that the next decade will be bring even more success and impact of your work on science and prosperity. So in terms of my presentation, I'd like to, as president of TWAS, just touch briefly on the World Academy of Science, and also to reflect for context on some of the substantial changes taking place across the globe, impacting us nationally and globally. And most of my presentation will be discussing impactful science coming from low middle income countries and how that narrative is changing. What does that mean for partnerships and collaborations? And then lastly, some new and emerging paradigms for partnerships and cooperation to ensure that we have equitable futures and prosperity for future generations. So I thought I'd start with this quote from Professor Abdus Salam, who's the founding president of the Third World Academy of Sciences, as it was known, on establishment in 1983, and also Nobel laureate in physics. And I think what it does is it captures three very important concepts, which is science for prosperity, science for sustainability, and science for the benefit of all of humanity. And I quote, "Scientific knowledge is the common and shared heritage of all mankind. East and West, South and North have all equally participated in its creation in the past, and we hope they will in the future. This joint endeavor in sciences remains one of the unifying forces among the people of this globe." So today, the Third World Academy of Sciences is in its 40th year of existence. It's fairly new, maybe 4 times older than the Hong Kong Academy of Science, but in contrast to some of the academies that have been around for several centuries, we really here, and as I mentioned, established to ensure science for third world prosperity. It's a merit-based science academy that recognizes science excellence in the global south, and I'll add more recently in the global north. So I'm looking forward to nominations and more nominations from Hong Kong and the broader Asia region. We have at this point in time over 1,400 elected fellows from 112 countries and across 10 scientific disciplines. In addition, we recognize excellence in science and contributions being made in service to humanity through several awards. We have an elected governing council, which includes a president, a secretary general, regional vice presidents, and regional members. And we have a support from a secretariat based in Trieste, Italy. Good time to also acknowledge the contributions of the Italian government. We're based on the International Center for Theoretical Physics campus, and the secretariat support is provided by an executive director. So what we do is, in addition to fellows and so on, we also have research capacity building through fellowships, mobility exchanges through South-South, North-South, and South-North cooperation. We particularly support early career scientists through over 60 programs, and I'm so pleased to see so many young academies in this particular gathering. And we also have a TWAS Young Affiliates Network that works very closely with TWAS. And we have strategic partnerships in addition with IOP, the Organization for Women in Sustainable Development, the ICTB, and notably our regional partners, including the Chinese Academies of Sciences, the Brazilian Academy of Sciences, the African Academy of Sciences, COMSTEC in Pakistan, and the Academy of Science of South Africa. And we really focus on how do we retain talent in the global south. We also participate in key scientific fora, including the World Science Forum, Science and Technology for Society, the gathering of fellows for big data, for sustainable development, and also the UN's International Decade for Science for Sustainable Development. We have a number of short courses, workshops, faculty exchanges, and we also have specific thematic science committees. So moving on to our changing world, and let me just focus for a short while on the demographic landscape. By 2050, 40% of world's children will be in Africa. The global north, in contrast, is facing aging populations, and as we think about academic institutions, declines in university enrollments. We have traditional north-south dynamics in higher education undergoing profound transformation, particularly in the context of AI. What should pedagogy in primary, secondary, and tertiary schooling look like? And how do we meet the needs, not just for today and tomorrow, as AI takes dominance? And importantly, the global south is no longer at the periphery, but it is central to the future. We have numerous interconnected challenges requiring global solutions as a reminder of why we need partnerships, collaborations, and cooperation. We all, as member states of the United Nations, committed to the 2030 goals of the Sustainable Development Goals, and it really is the greatest hope we have for the future. But there are substantial threats to progress and reversals, in fact, of gains that we've made on the 17 goals. And I won't list all of them. I think by now you would have read most of it faster than I'm speaking. But I wanted to touch on things that, like global inequality, wars and conflicts, and the uncertain geopolitics that arise from that. We have more than 54 active conflicts at this point in time, with a very conservative 100 million displaced people. These are not just occurring in countries that are experiencing this, but it's also impacting scientists on those countries, educational and research institutions in those countries, and it's also impacting the countries that are host to displaced scientists and asylum seekers across the globe. I want to talk more, and I will, on pandemics, but briefly to touch on infodemics and the disinformation that is subverting already we're seeing elections, democracy, and reducing the influence of science. And this mis- and disinformation is blurring the lines between scientific evidence versus political opinion. Particularly linked, and I think we've had in history many times where facts have been challenged, where science has been challenged. What is different is the amplification of inaccuracy through social media with minimal fact-checking. The little bit that we had has now is rapidly disappearing. There's no what we have in traditional communication, editorial, quality assurance checking. And anything goes, and you do that anonymously. We have no idea if this is a bot or if this is a real person, and we're also seeing divisions being sowed between people with specific agenda and a polarization of us and them. And who is behind this, and why? Why? Generation of income from posts, and this is about pursuit of power and wealth, which is counter to truth that many of us in this room stand for, our understanding and how truth becomes a casualty, and how we have this declining influence of science. I'm going to move on now to low middle income countries. And this is a little bit odd in terms of what I will do, because as TWAS president, I don't usually talk about my day job as an infectious diseases epidemiologist, and I want to talk a little bit about what impactful science looks like and how does science influence decision-making at highest levels. What does excellence in science look like? And then what does science being generated from developing countries influencing global landscapes and terrains look like? So the first sort of paradigm that we're trying to shift in the global south is move from imbibers of knowledge to producers of knowledge. So what progress are we making? And I wanted to share this very general analysis done by Elsevier Foundation by Professor Brito in terms of publications. So just in 2024, 60% of scientific articles include low-middle income country authors versus 13% 3 decades ago. LMIC authors are growing at a rate of about 11% annually compared to 4% in high-income countries. What we're seeing is a quality convergence in terms of science from low-middle income countries reaching global standards. We're also seeing more investments in research and research infrastructure, revolutionizing knowledge generation in developing countries. But we also recognize that LMICs are many countries, and some of these growths and positive directions are unevenly distributed in low-middle income countries. So we still have lots to do in terms of reaching high levels of investments in science and infrastructure. And as our program director just mentioned, science is a very slow process with many failures. And so you have to take a long-term view, and you also have to anticipate what the future needs are going to be. So it's not within a typical political term of office that you can turn things around. A politician needs an answer today, that's what you're going to get tomorrow or right now. I wanted to do a shout out for the Organization for Women in Science for the Developing World, because I think even though we in the 21st century and women are half the world, we still see many exclusions, and the OAS has been supporting the investments that organizations like TWAS and others have been making in terms of closing gender gaps. And while a PhD is an important apex degree, it's only the beginning of a journey for women scientists. And here, this is where OAS steps in and does that early and mid-career support for women researchers and innovators. And I also wanted to do a shout out with a partnership that we have in this regard with the Chinese Academy of Sciences. OAS has over 11,000 members worldwide with 57 national chapters. I'm now going to shift to the Center for the AIDS Program of Research in South Africa, and it was established in 2002 through a program grant award from the National Institutes of Health for of the United States of America. Its goal was to undertake globally relevant and locally responsive research that contributes to understanding HIV pathogenesis, prevention, and epidemiology, as well as TB HIV treatment. It comprises 5 partner institutions: the University of KwaZulu-Natal, Columbia University in New York, the University of Cape Town, University of Western Cape, and the University of Witwatersrand, 4 South African-based institutions and 1 US-based. This is still our goal. Its science and priorities were actually informed on what were the local problems, which also was the highest challenges in sub-Saharan Africa. Sub-Saharan Africa has 70% of the global burden of HIV, and for most of the 90s, what we saw was a reduction in life expectancy by about 20 years. The hosting of the International AIDS Conference in 2000 in Durban, South Africa, for the first time, brought together a whole lot of players in the heart of where the epidemic is. South Africa has less than 1% of the global population, but home to 1 in 5 HIV infections. With advancing HIV disease in the absence of triple therapy, antiretroviral treatment, what we saw was a substantial, the most common opportunistic infection was TB. We did not know what the timing of, because TB and HIV drugs have antagonistic and unknown interactions. What do you treat first, the TB or the HIV? And I'll talk a little bit more about HIV infection in young women, and then more recently, how these investments enabled us in South Africa to pivot very rapidly to respond to the most recent pandemic, namely COVID-19. But first, CAPRISA has just over 250 staff. What is our gender profile? 80% women, 20% men. Some people argue that we need to do affirmative action and bring more men on board. But we have 15 professors and 45 PhD scientists, 36 medical doctors, 10 who have both PhDs and medical degrees, many pharmacists. And then we reflect the racial composition, coming from apartheid South Africa, and we do not have a white genocide in South Africa. In fact, we had white oppression for 4 centuries. And since democracy in the past 3 decades, we've been trying to compensate for the differences that we have in terms of who had and who had not, and human rights violations that took place over 3 centuries. Now I want to talk a little bit about CAPRISA's framework for assessing research. I did promise you a little bit on impactful research. And here I want to talk about what we start with. You see the A is on impact on health policy and practice, particularly policy deliberations, policies developed, healthcare practice, new research directions, and South Africa's stature in science towards improving health. In terms of outcomes, we're going to talk about citations, science citizenship, awards and accolades, and I don't have time to go through all of them, but I just wanted to say that we do measure that, because I think when we look at performance at tertiary institutions, we want to know how do we evaluate what our staff and what our academic faculty are contributing to, and then the standard outputs in terms of new scientific discoveries and findings, journal publications, impact factors, and patents and training. So this is about impact changing the world in terms of outcomes in search of excellence, and then outputs in terms of quantity of product. And you can see that's lower in terms of our priority. So I want to give you one example of participation and impacting key decisions. In 2016, at the UN high-level political meeting, member states committed to ending AIDS as a public health threat. This was under Secretary General Ban Ki-moon, and this declaration was adopted. But prior to that, my husband and I, and this is a good time when I say we, to recognize the co-founder of CAPRISA, who's my husband and partner for life and partner in research, we were asked to organize a satellite session to generate the scientific evidence for this goal of ending AIDS as a public health threat. Remember, we can't end AIDS because we don't have a vaccine or a cure. So that's us there at the satellite session and then at the high-level political meeting. In addition, we support the Joint United Nations program on HIV/AIDS with high-level scientific advice, and this includes co-chairing key meetings. For example, after this meeting, the question was, how would we know that we've ended AIDS as a public health threat? So we convened the meeting and chaired that in terms of understanding the measurements and metrics that we needed to do that. In addition, I've also been appointed as co-chair of the 10-member technical facilitation mechanism group by the United Nations Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, at this point. And each year the UN hosts a science, technology, and innovation a forum, and I co-chaired the organizing of that in 2022 and 23. Now I'm going to move on to some of the scientific evidence that we've generated that has impacted policy. And this particular example I touched on briefly around this question of the timing of antiretroviral treatment in patients with HIV and TB. And this clinical trial that we did, the SAPIT trial, generated the evidence that showed how we can lower that death rate by 56%. Its implementation in South Africa alone has reduced death rates by 52%, and it's also been used to inform WHO policy. In fact, anyway in the world, if you have TB and HIV, the evidence come from this particular trial. In 1990, in trying to quantify an emerging HIV epidemic in South Africa, I undertook one of the first population-based surveys that demonstrated a unique feature of the epidemic in sub-Saharan Africa, which is young women acquiring HIV about 5 to 7 years before their male counterparts. We know that's an important continuing problem, as I show in more recent data from high school kids. You see HIV is rare in young men between 15 to 24 and reaching already 1 in 4 women infected by age 20. We then went on in 2016 using more sophisticated technology to confirm that epidemiological evidence with phylogenetic mapping and describe the cycle of transmission, where unequivocally we demonstrate how young women are getting infected from men over 25, who in turn are getting infected from peers. But the fact that they have relationships with women over 25 and under 25 is what continues to drive the cycle of transmission, high incidence rates despite high prevalence, and how important it is to prevent HIV infection in young women to achieve epidemic control. That data goes into the UNAIDS report in 2016 and shown as a life cycle approach to HIV, coming back to South Africa and other countries as part of strategic planning and priorities. You know, this is a big problem in sub-Saharan Africa, but all the technologies we had way back in 1992 was not in enabling young women to have any agency to remain uninfected. So began a long journey to find a biomedical solution as a temporary measure to what is an underlying social problem of gender power disparities. A long journey, 18 years, and earning the moniker of experts in failure, trial after trial, negative results. Eventually, we find and demonstrate the proof of concept of pre-exposure prophylaxis. And even though the findings were very modest, it did make headline news because we had so little for HIV prevention. Importantly, today we have daily oral combinations of emtricitabine and tenofovir used in over 100 countries to prevent HIV infection as per WHO guidelines. And then very briefly to say, when COVID came along, we pivoted to responding to that. We looked at the impact of COVID on TB HIV care. We looked at the first epi-analysis of Omicron and showed its higher transmissibility, and that was published in The Lancet. And I want to talk a little bit now about CAPRISA articles and citations. But I want to focus on this particular diagram, which shows the 4 big biomedical journals, New England Journal of Medicine, Nature, Science, and Lancet, showing what our publication rate in these are. And you look at the bottom bar, every 5 months in NEJM, every 2 months in Nature, every 6 months in Science, and every month in Lancet and its related journals. Importantly, CAPRISA scientists are leading this knowledge generation process, balancing that out with multi-center research. We're also looking at impact factor of journals. So it's not just that we're participating as good citizens in multi-center studies, but we're also leading and driving new knowledge generation. Public education, critical, and that just gives you a glimpse between January 25 and September 25, how much of science communication we do through multiple channels. But I also want to say that it's not just about science and policy, and the really important thing in knowledge generation is how do we get it to impact on the populations we serve. And this we do from the outset through co-knowledge creation and co-ownership by working with communities who are likely to benefit, and also health services. And then this just gives you some of the infrastructure we have in place that we established for HIV, but also pivoted to do some of the vaccine trials. But most importantly, our treasure and legacy for the next generation is the graduates and trainees. Our training programs from graduates, doctoral students, undergraduate medical students, and also postdoctoral fellows, over 1,000 over the 22 years of our existence. And that would not be possible without partnerships and collaborations and synergy between multiple institutions, funders, and collaborators. And I'm going to just, having run out of time, just say that as we think about future paradigms, what we have to strive for is working together for science excellence, to strengthen science diplomacy, protect academic freedom, engage all regions in knowledge pursuit, and build truly global science ecosystems that foster peace. For humanity to progress, science must be truly global and benefit everyone, every way. I thank you for your attention.
So thank you very much, Quarasia, for sharing with us your insights and experience, particularly reminding people about the importance of science, it's evidence-based, and how science will be able to inform policy through your case study of HIV at CAPRISA. So thank you very much. So there will be no questions, Q&A. We'll leave it at the end where we have a panel discussion. So now it's my pleasure to introduce the next keynote speaker, Professor Peter Hagi, who is from the Academia Europaea. He is the chair of the Basic and Clinical Translation Sciences section. And he's a clinician scientist that has been internationally well known for his discoveries in pancreatic physiology and translational pancreatology. And he has reviewed the critical role of ductal bicarbonate secretion and CFTR function. He also translated his laboratory findings into clinical trials, and he's also the director of the National Academy of Scientists Education, NASE, and he also founded Europe's largest talent development network. He leads major European collaborations in acute pancreatitis, diabetes, and cystic diseases of the pancreas. And his achievements have been recognized by multiple international awards, including the 2025 PITS Award. So without further ado, today he's going to tell us about translating science into systems, the Academia Europaea model. Could we have Professor Peter Hagi, please?
Hi, good morning, everybody. Dear Professor Dennis Low, Dong Sun, Vivian Yam, thank you very much for your very kind invitation. No, I come many times to Hong Kong. I enjoy every minute I am spending this inspiring society. I have a disclosure to start with. I love Hong Kong very much. Thank you. And the reason is that there are really, besides brilliant people out there, there is a leading hub of education, excellence, research, and innovation. I had a pleasure to visit many universities in Hong Kong, and I must say they are really world-leading universities. So what is about Academia of Europea? Academia of Europea was established in 1988 by Royal Society, and currently there are over 5,000 members, of which 92 Nobel laureates. There are 4 classes which actually cover all field of research, and the major role of Academia of Europea to promote really the value of European scholarship and research. And congratulations, because Academia of Europea has foreign members, and Hong Kong science is really a highest number of foreign members, if I look at a town, is actually from Hong Kong. So why science needed for a society? It's very easy, because if there is a healthcare challenge, you need to answer it to get community solution. And what you need to answer for a challenge, actually you need science. Without science, you cannot go forward. I listened very carefully, and it was brilliant, Denis Low's introduction, how important it was to bring new generation to science. However, let's look at what is the word trend. It's really scaring. If we look at in all over the world how much young people want to go to science, it's continuously decreasing. So currently, this is a decline. But what else actually do you need for society benefit if you have scientific results? You need to translate it for clinical applications. And you need really healthcare professionals, scientifically oriented doctors to do it. Let's have a look how we do it. I have the Academy of Europea and the European Statistical Office data. I don't have Hong Kong data, unfortunately. But in Europe, under 75, 1.7 million people die annually. And if you look at 1.2 million deaths would have been avoided if we use all the scientific knowledge we generated in the past. 2/3 of people we lose annually under 75 because we don't apply the newest scientific things. So what Einstein said, that you cannot actually repair, or you cannot use the same system to solve a problem in the same system you actually created it. So we definitely, if you can see these two problems, you need system solutions. The Hungarian University and the Academia of Europea and the National Academy of Scientist Education built up 2 high-scale programs in Hungary actually to cover this program, and I am very happy to lead this program. One of them is 2013, which is aiming to bring new scientists to the system, and the other is 2016, actually to engage healthcare professionals for science. The first program, we call it From Curiosity to Career, and the second is From Science to Society. It was really, really very good to hear from Dong Sun that what a massive investment in science in Hong Kong, and congratulations for that. Let's look at From Curiosity to Career program. What we did in Hungary, which is around the same size like Hong Kong, we have around 650 high schools. So we established laboratories in high schools, and after we just engaged the other laboratories to these high schools and students. So currently, over 60% of Hungarian high schools are actually connected to this program. So annually in biomedical scientists, 1,500 high school students joining every year. We have a huge program at bronze, silver, gold medals for all students at the level of high school, which is continued actually in a postgraduate level. And we teach not only clinical basic methodologies, but also soft skills, how to communicate and how to build it up. Here are pictures, you know, how at high school levels you can establish top laboratories to nurturing future generation of scientists. And we not only bringing them to the laboratories, but also to hospitals, because we also need to train the new generation of medical doctors. I learned yesterday also at Nancy Ip places that the third medical school coming in Hong Kong, congratulations, of building new schools in medicine because more doctors actually are needed. So here is a picture in our latest meeting when actually Peter Ratcliffe visited us, and also Dennis Lowe was there. 4,000 high school students in an arena listening scientific presentations, and this program is keeping going, and within a couple of years the full arena will be full with new generation of scientists. But let's look at the second one, how to translate this scientific knowledge for society. So concerning the translation of medicine model, is actually from bench to the bedside and from T0 to T4. It's a very good model, but sometimes take 20 years from discovery for application. All discoveries needs 20 years, definitely not. So therefore, Academia of Europea established a new system, which is the translational cycle model, to bring those scientific results to patients' benefit immediately with this cycle model, which we can apply. And what is our aim? To have patient benefit first, after institutional benefit, and after just the individual. And I just show you three very easy examples. One of them, in my field, pancreatitis, one of the resident doctors asked why we use 80% for these patients antibiotics when it's not an infectional but an inflammatory disease. She came to the lab, did the research, found out that we misunderstand the inflammatory biomarkers. She went back to the hospital, and within a single year, she could decrease the antibiotic usage with 31%, and the hospitalization stay with 1 day. Third year, she defended her PhD. First society benefit came. Another example, when a CF pediatric resident doctor asked a simple question: why we see the CF kids with visual impairment coming from school at the age of 10? Should we screen them earlier? So she established the registry and the screening system at the age of 4. And within a short period, she could identify 30% of CF kids at the age of 4 with diabetes. And she could put them on therapy. And after that, visual impairment didn't come. And third year, she defended her PhD. In surgical part, exactly the same. In a hospital, a resident doctor asked why we can see so many recidive in cholesteatoma operations. So she not only could publish it one of the top otorhinopharyngology journals, but when she went back in a second year to her hospital, she applied it. Within a single year, 13% decrease was in the hospital record in the recurrence. And the third year, she defended her PhD. So there are discoveries, there are research, which immediately can be translated for human benefit. And of course, this program is also a new one in Hungary, but in Budapest at Semmelweis, within 4.5 years, we could attract over 400 healthcare professionals. And if you look at the articles, they immediately started publishing in top journals. And resident doctors have the ability of asking important questions at the bedside, and if they do the research, they can bring it back for society benefit. So here is a ratio. Luckily, more female doctors also interested in science here as well. Not surprisingly, 56% of medical doctors, but nurses, dietitians, psychologists also involved. And this research is running all field in medicine. Within 4 years, over 36 countries joined to the program, and we are very happy to have students from Hong Kong as well. We have been collaborating with Chinese University of Hong Kong for many years. So what is the format? What doctors need? This is the old model for PhD. You can easily see who is the supervisor and who is the student. But you can ask, this is the most efficient model to change 4 tires? I don't think so. If you look at the other picture, you can change 4 tires within 1.96 seconds. But what is the difference? You need to use the newest technology. and you need a teamwork. So the new system is not actually a huge innovation. You can see it everywhere. But what we did in the PhD system, we built up a huge core facility for medical residents and supervisors to bring them actually to the system, and there they can work and they can do the job clearly. So the 4 pillars, we teach hard skills, soft skills, biostatistics, and everybody can do it by the way of learning by doing. So here are huge amount of methodology experts, and all of them are really young ones, so this is the new generation. We have a huge amount of statisticians, AI experts, and of course the clinical supervisors. So we built up a niche and not a one-one supervision any longer in Hungary in clinical translational medicine. We are gifted because lots of international experts coming, giving a talk, motivate, inspire young people. Last time Peter Radcliffe was with us also. We had the pleasure to have Dennis Slow, and it's going through. So actually here are just some numbers. Some people like numbers, some people don't like numbers, but actually it suggests that there is a high activity in a high level of sciences. We not only publish our articles in scientific journals, but community journals as well. Highly important if you want to change the society, not to smoke, not to drink, change their lifestyles, you have to publish your work also for them as well. So the program offers plenty of new type of education systems, collaborative ways, and we also have prestigious recognition in this at Academia of Europea. We publish these methodologies and the efficacy of these methodologies, and we keep it going. We also want to have models for policymakers to understand the importance of our activities. And here is just a recent publication which came out 3 weeks ago. And as I mentioned, Academia of Europea tremendously love working together with Hong Kong scientists. And this is our newest publication suggesting how to bring the newest results for society benefits. We have plenty of discussions with the government people, and this is a very important government decision happened this summer in Hungary. We took many years to convince the government that we need a new medical training system for resident doctors, and for the first time ever in Hungary, it is possible that the resident doctor 50% do a medical training job and 50% science. And they can affiliate it not only to the hospitals for their medical training, but for the universities. This gives them a unique opportunity to train them in science and apply the newest scientific knowledge for patients' benefit. And finally, I don't know if it is possible how to start the video. I think it was checked before the presentation, a short video I would like to show from the program, and I would like to ask the colleagues to switch it on, because if it's not... Okay, no problem. You can use the QR code, and during the coffee break you can enjoy it if it's not coming. And finally, on behalf of Academia of Europea, I would like to thank for the very good and very honored invitation. And we also prepared a commemorate for Dennis Slow for this academy for the 10 years anniversary. And I would like to ask Professor Dennis Slow to come up to take the Academia of Europea commemorative plaquettes.
So how about move to the center of the stage to have the photo together? Wow, thank you so much for the warm souvenir. Let's have a look to the center. I believe this is more than the plaque, it's a friendship. It's a long-term relationship. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, and I hope that the collaboration between Translational European Asian Hub, which is so-called T-Hub, will continue in the future. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Professor Hecke, for sharing with us the very exciting programs you started out, and so to attract more talents, particularly the young people, and translating clinical medicine in such a fast manner. So we have to all learn from you. Thank you so much. So the next keynote speaker is Professor Bai Chunli, who is no stranger to all of us here because he's really instrumental in helping us with the establishment of the Hong Kong Academy of Sciences 10 years ago. So Professor Bai, he was the former president of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, as well as the TWAS, the World Academy of Sciences. And he's a very renowned chemist and pioneer of nanoscience. His rigorous research in scanning tunneling microscopy has led to breakthrough in the first laser atomic force microscopy in China. And his research achievements have been honored by numerous accolades, including the TWAS Medal Lecture in Chemistry, the TWAS Abdus Salam Medal, the UNESCO Medal for contributions to development of nanoscience and nanotechnology. And he's also recognized by as member of the academies and national academies, the US National Academy of Sciences, the AAAS, Royal Society, Academia Europaea, German National Academy of Science Engineering, Japan Academy, Royal Society of Canada, and many others. I don't want to take up more of your time. And today he's going to share with us a briefing on Chinese Academy of Sciences and its international collaboration. So, Professor Bai, please.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Yang, for your warm introduction. President Low, Professor Sun Dong, distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen, I'm glad to be here to share with you about the Chinese Academy of Sciences and the Chinese Academy of Academic Division, and it is an international collaboration. So Chinese Academy of Sciences was founded on November 1st, 1949, just 1 month after founding of the People's Republic of China. So our academy is very unique. It's something like the integrated body with 3 major functions. First, we are national largest research organization with more than 100 research institutes. The second part we call the academic division. That is merit-based membership. We elect a member of academy from those outstanding scientists from universities, from the research institutions. So this part of academy as a national think tank to provide advices to the government and the public on the major issues of the science, technology, education. The second part of academy is something like the higher education section. Under umbrella of academy, we have 3 universities. University of Science and Technology of China was founded by our academy. The second university is we call the University of Chinese Academy of Sciences, which used to be called Graduate School of Chinese Academy of Sciences, changed to the current name in 2012. And also we have the third university is Shanghai University of Technology, National Academy with Shanghai Municipal Government co-supported the university, the newly established university. So we have 108 research institutes which are located at the major cities of China. And also we have 12 branch academies. Total employee of academy is about 70,000. The basic the research covers all the disciplinaries of the science and technology, including physics, chemistry, information technology, mathematics, life science, earth science, interdisciplinaries, and also medical science. Under these three universities, we have about 10,000 graduate students. So among them, about half for PhD degree, half for master degrees. So since the foundation of our academy, we have made many, the first, for example, we developed the first large-scale high-speed computer in the 1950s. And also we launched the first satellites, Dongfang Hong 2, in the 1966. Also, I just mentioned that we have a graduate school. This is the worst graduate school approved by the State Council in 1978. And also, our academy sent China's first email through the Institute of High Energy Physics. And at that time, there is no internet. In year 2000, this first map of entire and high-resolution lunar surface was released by our academy because we participated the Moon Explore the project. And also we have a lot of, for example, we have built the world's largest radio telescope with 500 meters in diameter. So academy initiated and operated more than 50% of the large-scale science facilities in China, such as synchrotron radiation, the largest telescopes, and some deep sea, the research. In the year 2016, we launched the world's first quantum science satellite, Moshus, with the years after the launch, the 3K milestones have been achieved over 1,000 kilometers from satellites to the ground. Actually, we made the first intercontinental quantum secure communication with a distance about 7,600 kilometers. Actually, I communicated with the president of the Austrian Academy of Science, Professor Zellinger, who is a Nobel laureate also in the field of quantum physics. Also, China has built the prototype of the world's first space-ground integrated quantum communication network on the large scale. That's from Beijing to Shanghai, which was launched in 2017. Our academy also launched the dark matter the satellites in 2015 for dark matter the research. We have already got some important results by this the satellites. We found very special particles in the universe, but this unpublished data, we are still collecting those data through these satellites. Recently, we built the LASO. It's a large, high altitude air show observatory. We detecting the protons and energies exciting 1 pi electron volts, including 1.4 PeV. These are the largest the proteins and have collected. Maybe you know that we built the world's largest single-dish radio telescope with 500 meters of the diameter. I think this is very important. This telescope already open to all the scientists from the other countries. They can apply for the time by using this telescope to do some of the research in the astronomical study. We also built the experimental, first superconducting tokamak in the Hefei, we call it East. This was the first full superconducting experimental tokamak fusion devices, because China participated the international project ITER for the fusion energy. So the Institute of the Plasma Physics of Chinese Academy of Sciences in Hefei did a lot of work in this area. They are going to, I have to mention this, that the China, the deep sea submersible technology, I think has repeated rapid development with a number of the devs and personnel participating in the full ocean deep mission, ranking first in the world. Actually, we in the November 2020, the Fendoger is a submersible. It launched on the seabed of Mariana Trench at a depth of about 10,000 meters, more than 10,000 meters. We have found some very unique the biology, formula. The female scientists from the Institute of Deep Sea Science Technology, Chinese Academy of Sciences, just a few days ago was selected as one of the nature's 10 top who mattered in science in 2025. I also, joined some the experiments by using this to operation. The right side, there's a certificate. The last year, I did something deep to the deep sea, to the 7,700 meters. Like more interesting, just 2 months ago, I went to the South China Sea to do something like the archaeological research. We pick up some, ceramics from the deep sea, about more than 1,400, something like that. I show you the videos, small video about this. Yes, sir. This the Shui Rock is Ming Dynasty. This is in the Tang Dynasty. It's more than 1,000 years ago. It's the Shui Rock. So use this deep sea technology, we open the door for the deep sea research. For the actually those the gel we pick up from the sea, the identification by the Cultural Relics Bureau, say this from the Tang Dynasty, and it's I think this ship is originally from the Persia, not from China, but we have found 7 sites of this. We call it the shipwrecks. The shipwrecks from the Tang, Song, Yuan, Ming, and the Qing dynasties. This is a very unique area just in the South China Sea. So by using our developed the technology, we can combine this technology together with this research. So I say a few words about the Chinese Academy of Academic Division. You can see, look at the right side picture. There are 2 plants hanging on the front door of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. The right one is the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Other one is the Presidium of Academic Division of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. I just mentioned that the academic division is a merit-based membership. It's act as a national science and technology advisory body for the Chinese government and the public. So under the academic division, there are the 6 divisions for mathematics, physics, chemistry, life science, and medical sciences, earth sciences, information technological science, and technological sciences. And also there are the 4 committees under the academic division. One is a consultation and evaluation committee, the scientific and ethnical construction committee, and academic works and publication committees, and science, popularizations, and education committee. This is part of the, actually, when our academy just founded in the 1949, at that time, there was no membership of academy. So the membership was established in June 1, 1956, 6 years after the founding of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. So over the past years, the KAIS AD was committed to leading the further science in China. Actually, the number of the strategic advices and proposals that the Chinese Academy of Sciences Academic Division provided have led to the significant initiatives and the programs. For example, maybe you know that just based on the initiatives and suggestions, the National Natural Science Foundation of China was founded. And also, the Chinese Academy of Engineering, CAE, was founded in 1991, also on the basis of a proposal by membership Chinese Academy of Sciences. I already mentioned that we have 3 universities, UCAS, USTC, and the Shanghai Tech. So there are about, let's see, under the UCAS, we have 6,700 students. The USTC was founded in 1958 in Beijing, then moved to the Hefei, Anhui province in the 1970s. So we collaborate with TWAS, World Academy of Sciences, co-supported the graduate student education. So all the foreign graduate students to take the courses in the UCAS and the USTC. Now they join the research in the institutes of academy, doing the research experiments in the institutes of the academy. We have collaborated with hundreds of partners in our 90 countries. we have established several the international collaboration the projects, like the Einstein Partnership and earlier stage the PFI experts and for different level of these projects for supporting the scientists or the young researchers to do some research together in academy. They can choose the different time of the period. So for the PFI is we call the President International Fellowship Initiative. This through the PFI program, we have recruited many for young talents and even the outstanding scientists work together in our academy. The ANSO is an alliance of national and international science organization, was founded by our academy 6 years ago. So now for the ANSO, we have about more than 90 the partnership from about 60 countries is to promote the science, technology, collaboration from the Belt and Road regions. Academy also set up more than 10 overseas centers. For example, in the Brazil, we have China-Brazil joint lab for space weather. In Chile, we set up the CAIS South Africa Center for Astronomy. And even in Pakistan, in the Central Asia, we have set up several joint centers together with those scientists working in a different area. So in our academy, in the past years, have already co-established about 22 joint labs with 6 universities in Hong Kong. We in the Chinese University of Hong Kong, we have set up the co-founded a joint lab for the advanced electronic packaging in the materials in Shenzhen, and National K-Labs partner lab in Hong Kong, and Hong Kong branch National Engineering Research Center. We set up the CAIS Hong Kong Innovation Institutes focus on the AI and biology, just in the science park. Also, we have already obtained strong support from Hong Kong ICR, give some projects. So those cooperation in the will be further strengthened here, I want to say that in December 2015, we witnessed the establishment of Hong Kong Academy of the Sciences together. So I count for that the founding team comprises 27 academicians, about the 65% of whom are a member or foreign member of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. So finally, I want to once again extend my sincere congratulations on the 10th anniversary of Hong Kong Academy of Science and Technology. Yeah, thank you very much.
So thank you very much, Professor Bai. I was so indulged in I forgot to come up. So thank you. So amazing. I mean, all the sort of major developments, and particularly your expedition, it was really so impressed. I was so impressed. So thank you very much, Professor Bai. So The next keynote speaker is Professor Alison Noble. She is the Vice President and Foreign Secretary of the Royal Society. She is also the Technical Professor of Biomedical Engineering at Oxford. And she worked with clinical partners in the UK, not only in the UK, but also in India and Kenya, on translational AI-based imaging science. And she has commercialized some of her group's research on ultrasound AI via a spin-out, which is now used very widely worldwide in clinics. And Professor Noble was also awarded the UKRI Turing AI World Leader Researcher Fellowship. And this has been themed around human-AI collaboration in healthcare imaging. And of course, she is the fellow of the UK Royal Society as well as the Royal Academy of Engineering. So without further ado, could we welcome her to give us her insight and her vision and inspiration on overview of global scientific development. So Professor Noble, please.
Thank you very much for the introduction, and thank you very much, Professor Lowe, for inviting me today. And I'm delighted to be here to be able to talk a little bit about, I'm going to be talking a bit about the Royal Society and also some of its engagement with China as well as Hong Kong. And I'd particularly like to thank the Royal Society, History of Science and the international team for help in preparing some of the material. I think just to start with, though, we've had a number of talks already, and I think that's probably demonstrated to you that science academies around the world appear in different forms. This is one of the beauties, I think, and it's also very nice when you come and hear about other academies as well, because they all play their unique part in slightly different regional ecosystems, but they also do as well collectively work very effectively together. So just to start, let's roll back 10 years. This is a photograph taken from that time, and in the picture you'll see the Royal Society Executive Director, Dame Julie Maxton, and she was here in 2015 for the inauguration ceremony of the Hong Kong Academies of Sciences, and of course, Julie, of course, sends her regards and congratulations as well today. As such, it's both a pleasure and indeed an honour for me to be here today at this summit marking the Academy's 10th anniversary. As we celebrate this important milestone, we must be reminded that science knows no borders. It thrives on collaboration and on the exchange of ideas that transcend both discipline and geography. And we should also be encouraged that the pace of discovery and innovation has never been faster. In fact, we've seen some beautiful illustrations of that already this morning. Yet we must also bear in mind that we live in increasingly uncertain times. And if we think about many of the challenges today, the global challenges, some are summarized on this slide, they come in a variety of areas. In climate change, we know that our planet is heating up at an unprecedented rate. It's leading to major changes in weather systems that may soon become irreversible. We have antimicrobial resistance, where bacteria and viruses are becoming resistant to medicines designed to kill them. Pandemics, although some people maybe have forgotten it, we all recall the COVID-19 pandemic, and it's demonstrated the ramifications of how a new virus can have massive implications across many areas of life. The rise of artificial intelligence and robotics, again, it all touches on everybody's lives, and this can be transforming our lives in both good and bad ways. Biodiversity. We are now living through the 6th mass extinction of life on Earth and a massive loss of global biodiversity. And finally, as an example, agriculture. And there's a real question here, how will we manage to feed the population of an estimated 10.5 billion people predicted to be on Earth in 30 years' time? These are all questions that affect all of us, and what's common about them is that we need scientists to develop innovative solutions. And all these examples as well is not about one individual science lab working on a problem with a particular single discipline. It's about interdisciplinary research, and it's about scientists both making discoveries and sharing their findings that will be able to address these global challenges, which are very, very different. For example, developing new and affordable vaccines, and also for the scientists to work with engineers and technologists to turn discoveries into products that can effectively tackle any of these challenges that we're facing today. And it's the fact that it's no longer about science being about single groups, but working in isolation. But it does require massive international collaboration efforts for us to be able to resolve them that makes it even more important today than the past for us to be working together. I now want to spend a little bit of time talking about the Royal Society and also its history. So the Royal Society is the oldest science academy in continuous existence, and it was founded in 1660. Last year marked 300 years since the Royal Society appointed its first fellow to manage international engagement. In fact, what they did is in the title. As a secretary, they were responsible for writing the correspondence to the many scientists around the world who were reporting on their findings, wanted to ask questions, and exchanging knowledge many, many years ago. And as Foreign Secretary of the Royal Society, I hold this role today. One of my responsibilities hasn't changed since then, and that's to try and consider how scientists can work globally to support science collaboration for the benefit of humanity. And so what I'd like now to do is to briefly talk about the long and truly fascinating history of collaborations and exchanges between the UK, Hong Kong, and across China. The Royal Society has been connected to Chinese science for much of its history. Early issues of the Royal Society's journal, Philosophical Transactions, regularly discussed Chinese sciences and technology. For example, in 1667, the journal reviewed China Illustrata, the book written by the German Jesuit scholar Athanasius Kircher, who told of the near miraculous medicinal uses of Chinese natural products, as well as the technologies of vernis, which is lacquer, printing, gunpowder, and iron castings. Further exchanges and contacts between fellows and the Royal Society in China were made throughout the 18th and 19th centuries. These covered topics such as medicines, acupuncture, animals, plants, surgical equipment, porcelain, silk, and the Chinese language. And shown on the slides are some of the copies of some of these documents featured in our journal. Moving on to the 20th century, it was Joseph Needham who was the first UK scientist to fully appreciate the scientific and technological advances of Chinese civilization. Needham was a biochemist who worked at the University of Cambridge and was a fellow of the Royal Society. Between 1942 and 1946, Joseph, and from 1944 to 46, his wife Dorothy, who was also a distinguished researcher in her own right, they were based in Chongqing, where Joseph, supported by Dorothy as Associate Director, headed the Sino-British Science Cooperation Office. They spent these years traveling all over China, learning about its history and culture. In 1947, Needham started his magnum opus, the multi-volume Science and Civilization in China, which he continued to work on until his death in 1995. This has since expanded to include 27 volumes that remain a key reference work in the West. The Royal Society itself sponsored Needham's travels. It also organized delegations to China, led by its science officers. Cyril Henschel Wood, who at the time was president of the Royal Society, visited in 1959. And looking a bit further forward, the Royal Society formally established relations with the Chinese Academy of Sciences in 1978. And we are very much looking forward to celebrating our 50th year anniversary in a couple of years' time. The Society also has a long history of engagement with Hong Kong science, notably through supporting exchanges in scientists. For instance, in 1983, the Royal Society Canton Po Visiting Professorship Scheme was established to enable scientists from across the Commonwealth and the USA to spend a period of time at Hong Kong universities. The Royal Society has also run several fellowship programs with the K.C. Wong Education Foundation since 1988. And more recently, the Royal Society has partnered with the Croucher Foundation to organize a series of Frontiers of Science meetings in 2008 and 2011. These meetings were for outstanding early career researchers with two main goals: to give participants a broad scientific perspective by exposing them to groundbreaking research in fields far from their own, and to develop a network that will help participants as they progress to increasingly responsible positions of leadership in the scientific community. And referring to the photographs you can see, I'm very curious to know where the young scientists of those days are today. And I hope many of them will have deepened their UK-Hong Kong scientific ties. I can see there are a few people in the audience starting to laugh as well at this point, I should add. Scientific links between the UK, Hong Kong, and mainland China, like those pioneered by Needham, continue to flourish to the present day. China is now the UK's second biggest single country partner for collaborative research after the US, and these collaborations are increasing. The strong links between the UK and mainland China are also echoed in the Royal Society's own engagement with the Chinese scientific community. We continue to run several successful grant programs with China to promote international scientific exchange, as well as a program of policy dialogues and early career scientific meetings with the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Earlier this year, I was pleased to sign a joint statement with Hongping He, Vice President of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. This statement recognized the importance of international scientific collaboration and outlined a shared commitment to exploring issues related to planetary health in an increasingly connected world. Indeed, there are many examples of impactful ongoing collaborations between China and the UK. I'm going to just highlight two of those, as I'm from Oxford, that have an Oxford link. One is the Oxford Suzhou Centre for Advanced Research, OSCAR, which was founded in 2018. And this serves as the University of Oxford's first overseas research institute in China. The centre has delivered breakthroughs in biotechnology, advanced materials, and sustainable energy. Its rapid COVID-19 testing technology, for example, that was developed during the pandemic, was commercialized globally through a company called Oxed. Specific to Hong Kong, I have been co-leading a project on simplifying ultrasound systems for the detection of congenital heart defects as an international partner on the Inner Hong Kong funded COACH Centre. In fact, we held a very interesting two-day meeting on medtech research and innovation in this very auditorium earlier this week that was bringing together international scientists, industry, and healthcare professionals. Equally, the Royal Society is proud of its deep connections with science in Hong Kong, and today continues to support scientific collaborations through fellowship programs such as the Cantong Po Fellowship and the KC Wong Education Foundation. We're also very proud of our Hong Kong-based fellows at the Royal Society, some of whom I know are here with us today. As shown on this slide, last year I visited Hong Kong alongside Sir Mark Walport, who's the other Foreign Secretary, where we had a series of meetings with institutions such as the University Grants Committee and the University of Hong Kong, as well as an opportunity to meet current and former earlier career researchers through a lunch organised by the Crouch Foundation. And that trip provided the opportunity to reconnect with Hong Kong science following the pandemic and to learn more about the opportunities for future collaborations. Opportunities for engagement are indeed plentiful, and I'm pleased to be coming back to Hong Kong in a few weeks' time to co-chair a meeting with the Chinese Academy of Sciences on ethics and AI, which will be hosted at the Chinese University of Hong Kong. And further, I'm pleased to say that our new president, Sir Paul Nurse, will also be visiting Hong Kong in the new year as part of his first overseas trip as president. I believe these varied activities convey an important message, and one I think we need to get across strongly in these times. Research and innovation exist and thrives across borders. Simply put, science has always been an international endeavour, and today that is ever more true. And it's so important to support mobility, collaboration, and exchange as key ingredients to success in global science. And what's also important is having a strong framework of support for funding science and a regulatory regime that supports future scientific links. Although our links with Hong Kong and mainland China that I've discussed are very important, I wanted to highlight as well some other things that the Society does which contribute to global engagement. Since the end of the pandemic, the Royal Society has run over 20 face-to-face international meetings, bringing together UK-based researchers with scientists all over the world on topics ranging from quantum materials to biodiversity. Many of these focus on earlier career researchers because we know that the earlier links can be formed, the more chance they have of developing productive, lifelong scientific relationships. The Royal Society also produces a range of policy reports and materials. As shown on this slide, this year we published a major report on science diplomacy. This was in collaboration with the American Association for the Advancement of Science. That report showed the important role science can play during a time of ever-increasing geopolitical tensions. It also explores the growing role non-state actors play, as well as the importance of science diplomacy in approaching global commons like the Arctic, deep oceans, and outer space. I also had the pleasure of leading the Society's policy work on AI, and including chairing a major report on science in the age of AI that was published in 2024. This report looked at how the scientific method and what a scientist does is changing as a result of AI. AI is not just about data and compute, but requires careful consideration of responsible use of AI in science. AI is changing tasks performed by humans, particularly in experimental areas, and for providing a way to perform very fast computations in discovery research, but it's also disrupting scientific publishing and ways scientists communicate our findings. And this is something that the academies are starting to think about, but does require widespread engagement with multiple communities. So to summarize, in the face of global challenges, it is ever more crucial for science academies, such as the Royal Society and the Hong Kong Academy of Sciences, to be emphasizing what we think is needed to support science today and in the future. But equally, we cannot be blind to the challenges ahead. Inevitably, international research collaboration brings its own risks of misuse or exploitation of research, loss of personal information, damage to individual or institutional reputation, or involvement in a wider threat to society. Every government has the primary duty to protect its citizens. This requires attention to issues of risk, resilience, and national security. So what does this mean for scientists, engineers, and technologists? Firstly, as scientists, we need to recognize where our work has the potential for misuse and to act accordingly. Secondly, policymakers need to ensure that their policies do not deliberately or inadvertently prevent critical collaborations that could help to tackle the key challenges facing humanity. Indeed, as we look ahead at the global challenges that face us, we must remind ourselves that science is, has been, and will always be a global endeavor. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much, Professor Noble, for sharing with us the history of the Royal Society, and it's reminding us it's very important of the responsible use of science. And of course, science has no borders and no barriers. So thank you very much. So, the last but not the least, keynote speaker is our president, Professor Dennis Yok Ming Loh. So he's also the founding member of the Hong Kong Academy of Sciences. And he's also now the president and vice chancellor of the Chinese University of Hong Kong, a director of the Li Ka-shing Institute of Health Sciences. He received his training from Cambridge and Oxford, and he returned to Hong Kong in 1997. And he's a world leader in the discovery of the presence of fetal DNA in maternal plasma, which led to the advanced genome-wide fetal genetic mapping, as well as the non-invasive prenatal testing and diagnostics. He is a recipient of many accolades, including the King Pfizer International Prize in Medicine, the Future Science Prize, Life Science Prize, the Breakthrough Prize in Life Sciences. He's also elected a Fellow of Royal Society. He's a foreign associate of the U.S. National Academy of Sciences, and of course, he's also a member of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, and he has also won the 2022 Lasker Award. So without further ado, could we welcome Dennis here to tell us about Converging Global Talents, Hong Kong as an International Innovation and Technology Center. Dennis, please.
So it's an honor and privilege to be speaking at this forum today. So I'd like to talk about the case of Hong Kong as an international innovation technology hub. So first, a bit of story about my own journey in innovation. So this is a picture of myself actually taken probably 40 years ago when I was a medical student at Oxford. So you can imagine, as a medical student, we have to study different subjects. And one of the subjects was obstetrics. So I learned about how, when a woman is pregnant, she would like to know about the health of the baby, including the genetic health. But at that time, if you want to test the cells or DNA of a baby, we have to stick a needle into the uterus to obtain some fluid. in a process called amniocentesis. But one problem is that you can only do that when the baby is sufficiently large, like 16 or 18 weeks, so it's a bit late. And secondly, it also carries risk to the baby. And so many pregnant mothers and the families, of course, very worried. So young medical students, I was thinking, well, is it possible we can do away with that risk? Now, for example, by developing a blood test that we can just take from a sample from a mother. So then I thought, well, maybe it's possible that the baby might release its cell into the bloodstream of the mother. And then I set about hunting for those cells. So initially by some microscopic methods, and which was actually very tedious to do. And then later on, when I spend more time, I find it is actually a difficult project. It's almost like hunting for a needle in a haystack. So actually, for the first 8 years of this work, it didn't yield any results. But sometimes, actually, to have breakthrough, we have to take risk. And one very interesting thing is that in 1997, because the return of Hong Kong to sovereignty of China, so my wife and I thought that it's time to go back home. And so I joined the Chinese University of Hong Kong. So at that juncture, I realized I have to basically restart my career back in Hong Kong. And so that was the time to take risk. And then I started to thought, well, maybe the reason why I failed before was that I've been looking in the wrong place. I'm looking for fetal cells in the mother's blood. But I'm thinking that, well, in the blood, apart from cells, there are also a lot of fluid called plasma. Is it possible that the fetal DNA could be in the plasma instead of in the cells? But of course, this thinking at that time was quite revolutionary because we all know the DNA should be inside cell rather than floating outside cell. But anyway, at that juncture, I decided to take that risk. And lo and behold, we used a very simple method because at that time we didn't have a lot of resources. So I just took some maternal plasma serum and just boil it for 5 minutes and take a few drops of that boiled soup to PCR. And lo and behold, you can see, for example, on the left side, you can see some Y chromosome signal in some ladies' samples, and then no signal in others. And then eventually we find that all the one with Y chromosome signals all have baby boys, and the other one all have baby girls. So this is the first discovery of cell-free fetal DNA in maternal plasma. And then we realized actually this DNA is present very early on, like from the 6 weeks of pregnancy, and by the 10 weeks, it reaches 15%. And then we thought, well, maybe we can develop that into a diagnostic test. So then we use fetal trisomy 21 or Down syndrome as a model system, because Down syndrome is probably the number one reason why pregnant women go for prenatal testing. And eventually we basically developed this test that you can see on the right-hand side. If the baby has trisomy 21, then you have an increased signal. If the baby is normal, then it's normal. So the accuracy of the test is over 99%. So this technology has then, since then, reached the clinic. It's called non-invasive prenatal testing, NIPT for short, and has benefited over 100 million pregnant women. And then I thought, well, the baby living inside the mother is a little bit like cancer growing in a patient. So maybe we can actually use the same sort of strategy to screen for cancer. And then we actually developed a first multi-cancer early detection test based on epigenetics, which has now been commercialized. And then actually this test was chosen by Time Magazine to be one of the top inventions in 2022. Now, so when looking back at that story, I'm thinking, what are some of the supportive factors which allow us to achieve our goal? And first, of course, is the financial support from the government, which is crucial. Now, I must say that Hong Kong is actually relatively late to the innovation and technology arena. Now, for example, the Hong Kong Research Grant Council, RGC, was only founded in 1992. So prior to 1992, basically, there's no formalized or systematic funding of research in Hong Kong. It's mainly based on internal allocation from university and philanthropy. But since 1992, there's been a systematic and gradually increasing support system. Now, remember when I first came back to Hong Kong in 1997, at that time, a typical grant from RGC would be something like 500,000 Hong Kong dollars. And you can only apply for one of those grants per year. And then, of course, $500,000, you can basically only support one staff, and they may become some consumable, and that's it. And then in 1998, the University Grant Committee, which is responsible for funding all the universities in Hong Kong, they introduced something called the Areas of Excellence Scheme. So this scheme, basically, for the first time, you have multi-million dollars worth of support. And now, actually, that scheme has risen to like 100 million per grant. So it starts to be able to fund large-scale projects. And then in 1999, actually, the Innovation Technology Fund under the Innovation Technology Commission was created. So this is meant to support projects with potential translational opportunities. And so actually one of my very first big grants was actually from this Innovation Technology Fund, or ITF for short. I remember I obtained one which is 4 million Hong Kong dollars at that time, which was crucial for actually allowing me to launch the prenatal investigation. And then, of course, in 2003, when this SARS epidemic hit Hong Kong, then actually the Hong Kong community and the government start to realize the contribution that actually medical science could make to public good. And so at that moment onwards, we start to see actually more increased funding of science and technology, and also from the philanthropy. Now, for example, the institute that I was working on, the Li Ka-shing Institute, was actually founded at that time from a donation from the Li Ka-shing Foundation. And then actually by 2010, the RGC started to launch a scheme called the Theme-Based Research Scheme, which is also an ambitious scheme, which funded up to 18 million Hong Kong dollars for a 5-year project. And then a few years ago, in 2022, the government launched this scheme called InnoHK scheme, so in which they actually fund selected laboratories, which is around 29 of them, to the tune of about 400 to 500 million Hong Kong dollars per grant per 5 years. So that really allows us to compete on a equal footing with some of the largest groups in the world. So since 2018, actually, Hong Kong SAR government has invested over 150 billion Hong Kong dollars in innovation and technology. But of course, in addition to government, we're also grateful that there's some very important philanthropic organization in Hong Kong. Now, for example, the Croucher Foundation, so I'm very pleased to see the director to foster of foundation here. And I'm the owner of being serving as a trustee of Croucher Foundation for the last 13 years. So I've been funded by Croucher Foundation in one of the senior fellowship scheme in actually 2006. And actually that was a year when actually I was able to think about the final technology which we can actually deliver non-invasive prenatal testing. And actually since its creation in 1979, this foundation has actually funded approximately 1,300 scientists in Hong Kong. So I was there to say that probably most of the scientific drivers in Hong Kong have somehow been funded by this foundation. Now, of course, in my area of biotechnology and biomedicine, it's important to have a very strong clinical base. So in this regard, we're very fortunate that in Hong Kong, the public health service, which look after 90% of the population, is run by a single body called the Hospital Authority, which actually support over 40 hospitals in Hong Kong. And then, of course, my base is in one of those, which is the Prince of Wales Hospital. And also, we have two very high-rank medical schools, which are now in the top 25, and myself from the Chinese University Faculty of Medicine, and of course, the Hong Kong U Medical Faculty. So, for example, in the final trial that we did on the trisomy 21 screening, it was through collaborations from both medical schools. And you have heard recently that we're also very happy to see actually Hong Kong University of Science and Technology being granted a third medical school. So I think that the biomedical scenarios, the scene in Hong Kong is going to be more exciting in the year to come. But of course, when we're talking about translating science into medicine, we actually need a type of people called clinician scientists. So people who are duly qualified in science and medicine. So being doctors, they will know what the patients need. And being scientists, they know what the scientific technology can deliver at this juncture. So for example, in our university, we're very eager to train the next generation of clinician scientists. So we have this scheme, it's called the Global Physician Leadership Stream. So basically, when the student were admitted, we choose the top 15% or so to put them into this GPS stream and allow them to be attached to laboratory right from year one. So at this moment, I have a number of GPS students in my laboratory, and actually some of them previously has been responsible for delivering some of the technology we now use in NIPT. Because this system has now been running for about 11 years, so we have some very productive alumni. Now, another point is that if we're trying to develop, for example, any technology, then intellectual property protection is very important. Now, so Hong Kong is actually renowned for our legal system. We have a common law system, which of course is recognized in many parts of the world. And I would say that for any technology which is probably competitive and useful, you're bound to run into legal challenges. So myself, for example, every year we have some litigation going on, and so have a first-hand experience of what it's like. And of course, when you talk about intellectual property, you also have to think about the IP policy of university. And then, for example, in the Chinese University of Hong Kong, we have quite a inventor-friendly IP policy. For example, we try to make inventors feel that this intellectual property, actually, they have an ownership in that. So what we do is that if an inventor is very confident with their technology, they can actually invest in the prosecution of that patent, and then in exchange for a share of the eventual benefits from that. And we find that using this system, actually, the licensing or the prosecution, et cetera, is actually accelerated. Now, another advantage of Hong Kong is that Hong Kong has a very low tax regime. Now, for example, there's actually no capital gain tax. So for example, if you found a technology company in Hong Kong, which was eventually got acquired, actually the tax would be 0%, which is incredible because in many jurisdictions in the world, it's very easily, you would probably pay 50% of what you get from it. And also, the company's tax in Hong Kong, the corporate tax, the highest rate is 16.5%. But recently, the Hong Kong SAR government introduced something called the patent box regime. So in other words, if you use patents which are applied for and granted in Hong Kong in your products, the tax rate can be actually as low as 5% for corporate tax, which is really very remarkable. Now, and of course, just now we talk about the dynamicism of Hong Kong as an innovation hub. But on the other hand, Hong Kong is still just a city of 7.5 million people. So if we're trying to develop unicorns, then we really need at the initial stage of a relatively large market size. And so because of this, the central government has created the Greater Bay Area concept. So basically, in this GBA concept, 11 cities in the Guangdong area are basically in the GBA and contributing a market size of over 86 million people. And also, because of a connection to the GBA, so you can imagine that now, suddenly the northern part of Hong Kong, which actually used to be in suburb area, relatively quiet with farmlands, etc., now actually have a newfound strategic purpose. So because of this reason, the Hong Kong SAR government is actually developing them into something called the Northern Metropolis, with a lot of innovation and technology infrastructure in there. And also, previously, when you are talking about data or sample transfer between the mainland and the Hong Kong SAR, then there are certain regulations you have to satisfy. But to streamline that, actually recently this concept of the loop, which is basically a river called Shenzhen River separating the Hong Kong and the mainland. And this river will loop across a piece of land. And that area is called the loop, or called He Tao in Chinese. So basically in the loop, there is going to be a lot of laboratories, and then the data and sample going into the loop basically can just freely go in there. And the scientists can just go in there through facial recognition, etc. Now, of course, then all the time when we're talking about scientific development, we have to bear in mind that we don't exist in a vacuum. We actually exist part of the community. So the scientists have to engage with the public to keep them posted, and so that the legal and the social thinking keep up with scientific pace. And so because of this reason, this is one of the reasons why actually the Hong Kong Academy of Science was created 10 years ago. So we were founded in 2015, and now the number of members is 46, so we have election every 2 years. Actually, yesterday, we have 5 new members was elected. And one of our mission is to actually to promote the development and advancement of science and technology in Hong Kong, and more importantly, to inform the public on the relevant issues. So just now, Professor Bai has already shown this picture, which was very memorable and taken 10 years ago. So basically, the academy will actually serve as a bridge between the scientists on one side, and on the other side is the community, involving the government and the public, and of course our next generation of future scientists. And over the last 10 years, so we have actually run over 600 scientific events, and in our functions, we have over 150,000 physical participants, and online audience over 30 million. And so one of our roles is, of course, to foster international collaboration, which is actually the very nature of science. Now, for example, like in 2018, we have the honor of actually co-hosting the second International Summit on Human Genome Editing, together with Royal Society, the US National Academy of Science, and National Academy of Medicine. And also, we hold some major scientific events. For example, for the last 3 years, we actually collaborate with the Future Science Prize, or Future Forum. And the Future Science Prize has been called the Nobel Prize of China. So we actually have been able to move the Future Science Prize event from Beijing to Hong Kong for the last 3 years. And because of the international nature of the Hong Kong as a bridge between China and the world, so this event has been very successful. For example, this year's event just finished at the end of October. So in the science symposium, we had the honor of having 4 Nobel laureates as our speakers. And then the Young Academy of Science was created in 2018, really have injected a new sense of energy into the academy. And then we also organize many events through the Young Academy. For example, just now we talked about the knowledge translation. So we run regular meetings between the academic members and the industry, so as to basically bridge to try to marry them together. And then in terms of nurturing the next generation, we have a very successful program called Distinguished Master Accomplished Student. I also like what Peter Hagey has been talking about. But under this scheme, basically, we have a 1-to-1 or 1-to-2 pair up between academy members and some of our prominent scientists with students. So far, actually, maybe several hundred students have benefited. And then we also want to take the mystery away from what it's like to be a scientist. So for example, we actually have a workshop to try to show students how you actually get about starting a research project. How do you make some original discovery? And also, we actually have also partnered with Professor Yao Xingdong, who is a Fields Medalist, and also Professor at Large at the Chinese University of Hong Kong. He's a very renowned mathematician. So with this very influential science competition called the ST Yao High School Science Awards, so we actually have panels of judges, and so every year we actually select some very prominent students. And certain actually international universities even actually selectively look out for this sort of students, winners, to join the university. And then we believe actually this understanding of science should start early, should start young. So we have a program even for primary students called STEM by Me. And of course, actually being an advisory role is very important for academy. So we also periodically will write reports or participate in discussion forum with the Hong Kong SAR government. For example, this particular report was written by Professor Lap Chi Choy on science, technology, and mathematics education in the development of innovation technology ecosystem in Hong Kong. And also to engage the public, we also need to be quite innovative. For example, in the last 2 years, we actually hold a science exhibition in the Hong Kong Science Museum. So this is the one which is in 2025. It's a 1-month event. And of course, science and art actually also have a linkage, because in both of these domains, we're talking about trying to channel human creativity into something substantial. So for this year, for the Future Science Prize Award ceremony, we basically make it in the form of a concert and actually involve very renowned musicians to perform in those. And of course, we also engage in the traditional media like newspaper, and we also have a series made by Radio Television Hong Kong, which is actually showing now to try to engage the public about science. So basically here is my invitation to all of you and those in the audience watching us online is to join us. So basically to the global talents, Hong Kong is a center of innovation technology. For example, myself, I came back here 28 years ago and actually have benefited from the nurturing that Hong Kong has given me. So we'd like to share this opportunity with young talents around the world. And to our partners like Royal Society, Academia Europaea, and TWAS, we'd like to be able to collaborate with you with future important grand challenges that the world faces. And to our next generation, we think that actually now is a golden era of science. We'd like you to take your place with us so that we join hands and solve the problems of the world. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Lo. Please remain on the stage. Thank you very much. Well, we just heard a lot of insights for sharing, and after this expansive overview of global scientific developments, let's bring our distinguished experts together for the panel discussion. This dialogue will simplify today's insights, connecting diverse institutional models into a unifying vision. We will explore how these global perspectives converge to foster innovation, address shared challenges, and ultimately shape a collaborative future for international science. So let's join us to listening and also reflecting for a panel discussion. And meanwhile, I would like to introduce our moderator, Professor Vivian Wing-Wah Yam, and also our panelists, including Professor Akrey Abdul Karim, Professor Peter Heggie, Professor Bai Chun Li, Professor Alison Noble, and also, of course, on stage already, Professor Dennis Lo. Welcome on stage again. Wow, today really excited. We have so many experts from the globe, and I believe the following panel discussion will be very inspiring. So we are looking forward to the insightful sharing. Professor Yam, the stage is yours. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. So first, thank Dennis for the very insightful talk. And we really welcome more partnership. And Hong Kong is really a prime time and all the talents. So thank you very much. So to start the Q&A section, the panel discussion, it's really my great pleasure to be here and privileged to be talking to 5 leaders here. So maybe we'll start with some discussion because we have heard a lot of sort of talks about it's important that science has no borders. I totally agree, science has no borders, no barriers. And so maybe should I ask for the first question we start? So we, as I mentioned, we agree there is no barrier, no borders. So, and actually, science has a common goal, as we have heard from all the 5 talks, is to work for the well-being of our globe, right? To tackle scientific challenges, major challenges, and is for humanity. So maybe I will go across each of you. So would you share with us some of your thoughts of how we can strengthen the collaboration and the invitation from Dennis just now on how the different scientific academies will be able to come together and work together to collaborate to build a better world. So maybe shall I start with you, Croatia? Yes, please.
Thanks very much, Vivian. I think this is a great question to start with. And I think that, I would just expand a little bit on what you said around, at this point in time in particular, we need science that unites rather than divides. And I think when I think about collaborations, I think about it in terms of partnerships. And what partnerships require, it's almost like a lifelong commitment, and it has to be built on mutual respect and trust. Two is, I think we need to find areas of synergy so that we can accomplish more than what we can individually. Three, that we're dealing with very complex challenges, and it's not going to be one size fits all. So it's going to be more than multi and interdisciplinary work, but in a way we are having to redefine the knowledge generation process. And so that kind of level, uplift, another level of knowledge generation that we need to pursue needs very close working together. And there may be points where it works well and sometimes it doesn't. But I think that's where the partnership becomes such a key and core concept to take this forward. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So we already have seen, you have already many partnerships and collaboration going on as well. Yeah. So Peter?
Yeah, it's a highly important question, and as also Dennis mentioned his own story also, how to do it. I think this is the best example, because to make collaboration, what I found also in my research field, the best via students. So I think if the students exchanging between continents, between laboratories, this is the best way to learn, the best way to trust each other, the best way to start common and collaborative research. So I think the academies can help what they do currently in their own country to make it with the international level. So in Europe, we have the Erasmus program, for example, between countries, which is extremely successful, that the students move from one country to the others to learn and to grow. And I think internationally between continents, we have to do the same, because what we learn today, I learned a lot. Also, like Alison, when you put your very simple but very touching graph concerning what kind of challenges the human being face. Neither of them belongs to one continent, neither. So what we face also challenges is all global. So I think global collaboration, and very importantly, we are young generation of people, would be crucially important. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Particularly, we learn a lot from your NACE program and SSG, and so we sort of share common goals. Yeah. So Professor Bai, please.
Oh yeah, I think the international collaboration is a very important issue, because the challenge we are facing for the global warming, the pandemic, and biodiversity conservation could not be solved by only one country. So that we need an international collaboration to solve these challenges we are facing. So in our academy, I just mentioned that we do to promote the international collaboration through several the ways. The first academy set up some projects to promote collaboration. We have signed agreements with the partners worldwide, and also support the graduate education. We provide the funding together with TWAS, the World Academy of Sciences, and UNESCO. The UNESCO and TWAS provide the traveling courses, and all we provide funding, research funding in our academy for those students study in China for pursuing the degrees. I think the second part is that we are open our mega science facilities to the outside world. For example, this the synchrotron radiation, the neutrino determination, and also the large the radio telescope is also we open to all the scientists. They can apply the time by using this the facilities. The other important things, I think we should encourage the companies, industries to support such kind of international collaboration. For example, when I was the president of the World Academy of Sciences, I, at Lenovo, to set up the prize for the best scientists from developing countries, give them some special awards to promote this international collaboration.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it's very important that I think to involve in the industry and companies as well, because they also have the social responsibility to groom our next generation. And I agree very well, the talents, mobility is one of the way out. So, and of course, Alison would like to hear from you. Yeah, thank you.
So I think, well, there's actually a slight dilemma here because scientists like to compete, and here we're talking about partnership. And so we have these two sides of our brains, and we have to reconcile that if we want to partner, which is why finding the right questions and of the global challenges that I presented and on the slide, and of course other ones, are exactly the sort of area where you almost have to relax your competition with people to say we want to partner to solve the relevant problems in the world. And so that's what's very exciting. The other thing that's really important for a reason to do collaboration, and I found this through my own research as well. I'm working with a lot with medical image analysis. If you go and work with research from other countries, you're thinking about the context of what you're doing within other healthcare systems, as an example. And that's that it opens your minds to different ways to do science, and that can actually improve your overall science. And that's why I think the benefit to early career researchers is while you're still developing as leaders in science, you are keeping your mind open. You want to be the top person in the world in one subject, but you keep opening your mind and you develop new ideas and partnerships that then makes your research unique. And partnerships provide that as well.
Yeah, and the synergy will bring this even further to one individual would be able to achieve indeed. So Dennis.
So I think that, for example, like this type of human-to-human interaction is extremely important. And so we should maintain it on all levels. For example, Peter talked about exchange, and I think this very important. Like, for example, I spent some time in Oxford and Cambridge, and I still look back at those times with fond memories. And of course, whenever I have opportunity to collaborate, I'll try to initiate collaboration with those colleagues. So I think we should actually allow our young people to have this type of opportunity, and probably as young as possible, so that they actually start to develop this international perspective. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So thank you for all your very insightful advice. So maybe we turn to, as we already have mentioned, right, collaborations and major scientific challenges that we have a common goal. And despite our different geographical locations and institutional histories, and of course the competition that Alison also mentioned, anyway, what do you see as the single biggest challenge that the science academies are facing right now globally over the next decade? So what is the very single biggest challenge? So maybe I go from that side first. So Dennis, you want to say?
So I think just now, when we talk about the advantages of interaction, we basically talk about importance having this barrier-free interaction, right? So I would say that and threats would be the creation of such barrier, like through geopolitical considerations, etc., that will, designate some research areas as no-fly zone, right? Because usually, as we see, many technologies have dual uses, right? You might have national security implications, but you all might also have implications to do common good, right? Like AI is one of those, right? Another like quantum communication or quantum computing. So if somehow the collaboration in those areas are not open, then I would see this as a big impediment to the progress of science. Yeah, thank you.
Indeed. So, Alison?
I think for me, it's misinformation and the credibility of scientific evidence, and that we really need to be, as science academies, it's very important at the current time that we stand up for science and the evidence, because if the public loses trust in scientific evidence, that's clearly, it's bad for science, but it's also very bad for the world. So I think it's a very serious time at which science academies do need to have a stronger conversation on this topic about how we explain the importance of scientific evidence. We saw this partly in COVID, but we are also seeing it a lot at the current time due to AI and disinformation as well.
Yeah, so I totally agree. So that's why scientists also need to have the public engagement, right? Indeed. So, Professor Bai?
Frankly speaking, so as the Chinese scientist now is a challenge, difficulty, is that we are not convenient to communicate with the American scientists, even for the visa, for the, sometimes we organize the international the conference. We invite some the scientists in our field from the United States, but they could not come just because of many limitations by their university, by the government, US government. So there's political issues. So we should, how to overcome this challenge. I don't know, but I think I hope but if the in the personal life, if we have a very good friend, sometimes they can, maybe I don't know how to solve this problem. They come to China for participating the international conference, but not as the professor from the university, as an employee in the company. They can come to make some exchange. So I think that's the challenge for mainland China.
Yeah, I think everyone has to build the trust in each other. That's very important. Yeah, so we are facing a pretty severe geopolitical sort of issues. So thank you. So Peter?
Yes, I could fully agree with those which were already said. However, I also would like to highlight the importance of independency in science. So science should have no barriers when you design studies and you perform your research. And what we can see in many, many countries, and also leading countries, that they start building not bridges, but the bricks and barriers among policy makings and scientific activities. And if these bricks will be very high, it can cause huge problem in the 21st century. So I would say that independency in science, and including fundings, including research questions, including presentation of results and distributing knowledge widely in all over the globe, it has unmet need.
Thank you. It's true, very much. Horatio?
So to add to what others have said, I think it's this issue of trustworthiness of science, and how, for the first time, I think, in history, we've had advances not benefiting everyone equally. But I think in the last few years, we have invested a lot in science diplomacy around the use of scientific evidence to inform policy, and we're seeing the limitations of just that component without actually it benefiting people. So the programming side, I think we've seen how social media has come in this context where this AI and digital platforms and industry, in fact, is superseding the role of governments. And so this, and it's a very opaque space where industry has access to a lot of data and information. Some people call it the 7 bros running the world. And that's a very dangerous point because it's undermining governments at one end. It's creating divisions in society and false dichotomies of us and them with a particular agenda being advanced. And so this issue of amplification for personal gain and for political gain, and this sort of blurring that's going on increasingly that amplifies through wars and conflicts, and sometimes, the case in Venezuela just 2 days ago of that boat being captured. I mean, it defies universal and United Nations rules and laws that are there for us to live together, work together in harmony, and not repeat some of the errors of the past. Just overnight, we're seeing all of that going out of the window. The entire United Nations is collapsing. So we're part of that collapse that we're seeing as academies. And to me, that needs the 99% of the world, or 99.5% of the world, to be more enabled, more empowered, having more agency so that we can make little dents and stand up, even if we may not win the war tomorrow, that every step counts and every one of us has a role to play in ensuring that what we do, standing up for truth, actually benefits everyone and ensures planetary health and future generation survival.
Thank you, thank you. So maybe we already touched on a little bit about misinformation and now with the rise of AI and so on. So maybe can you share with us, so as we already mentioned, AI has been beginning to reshape how research is conducted and verified. And so what sort of role do you think the science academies can play in setting the ethical standards and guidelines for AI in science? Maybe I start with Alison first.
Okay, it's a good question. The Royal Society had its report, so I've been talking a lot with a lot of people about this topic. The Science Academy, which of course is our voices for scientists, as you adopt AI, it's gone from sort of AI for science to AI embedded in science. It is up to the communities to understand the responsibilities that go with that. In certain areas, it is totally transforming how you do the whole process, from design of experiments through running the experiments with robots to drawing conclusions to writing up your work to peer review. So you've got the real question here of where is the human in that loop in certain areas. Certain areas of science and scientists are disappearing, for example, in the laboratory, but others will be created. So when we talk about how things are changing and responsible AI, scientists are changing what they're doing, but they've got to make sure that it is sound science, and they've got to think of new ways to communicate their scientific results and scientific methods. History shows, actually, we've always done it in different ways. Going back to the early days of the Royal Society, there was a big table. How did you demonstrate the reproducibility of your work? You went into council, you presented your experiment to a bunch of friends, and they nodded or said, no, that's not true. And you wrote it down. And we've got to think now how, in this new era, when we've got our friend, hopefully our friend, the AI tools, helping us, you've got to challenge them. And we've got to train people how to do that. So, yes, it is a big responsibility of science academies, but it's a responsibility of everybody as well. But the science academies can try and draw consensus on this, or decide there isn't consensus. I always think that's very important too.
Yeah, thank you. So, Professor Bai, how did you combat this in Chinese Academy of Science and regarding the use of AI and so on?
Yeah, the AI is currently is a very hot word. AI plus everything. AI for science, we are going to pay attention. From the headquarters academy, we, organized several institutes to develop a special model just for AI for science. It's much convenient for the scientists by using this model to search all the lithographs, all the informations about the new field. I think the AI very helpful for a newcomer into a new field by searching and even summarize the progress in a special new field. Why was the students need a lot of time to search for the magazines to find some new information. So, but I think the challenge is that the AI just based on the big data, and sometimes we should be careful about some fake information. I think that should be a challenge. Yeah.
Thank you, Peter.
Yeah, it's. I think AI. Besides, there are plenty of positive things. It's one of the biggest danger currently. If I just look at how many AI-produced materials going in emails, letter, grants, even the grant committees now, what most of them saying that not your research background, but the new idea will be supported. Just imagine, we are very close that research body making decision, and we will find out that there is no human body behind it because the grant was put together, by AI. So what then is said to support and foster human interaction as much as we can, even to when we provide grants, for example, personal hearings, personal discussions, in-person interactions between people. I think if we would like to decrease the danger of AI, but we see much more personal contact, discussion like this one today should be done.
Yeah, exactly. I think a lot of funding agencies now, they have shortened the presentation time and increased more of the Q&A to really sort of from whether the proposed PI, whoever, is really knows what he or she is talking about indeed. So, Croatia?
Generally, I'm an optimist. But recently, I'm thinking, I usually do long-term planning, 10, 20 years. And I wonder now whether we even will exist in the next 5 years. And part of it is, I think there's a critical role of science academies. But we're also working in a very black space because industry doesn't usually come to these conversations, and so we don't really know what's going on. We've not, as a global community, defined well enough what that human-machine interface needs to look like, and what is it as human beings we want to preserve. And all four, I think these co-pilots are great, but would always be faced with new innovations and technology. There's a lot of benefits, and we're seeing some of that in medicine and other spaces. But there's also these hidden risks. And I feel like we're behind in terms of our responses. How do we get in front of it? And so I'm very supportive of the comments.
as human beings, we need to be taking greater charge and to really keep that interaction with machines as supportive. And to what extent can we do that? I think our children's lives are changing, so we need to be rethinking. We cannot stop that technology in their hands, but how do we help our children with critical thinking when using that technology? What are the impact of constant screen and that type of light, blue light or whatever, on their brain functioning, on their mental health, and how do we ensure that we're getting ahead in high school, in primary school, in society in general. In TWAS, we've now set up a task team to try and look at all of these facets to build a critical mass of expertise, working with young affiliates, looking at the gender issues, trying to compensate for the databases and the biases within that, but also the obfuscation of the algorithms being used with the machine learning and large language models. So there's a lot there, and I'm just like, this is on steroids. How do we get in front of it? And again, I think we have to start somewhere, and I think that's what we all have to do, and particularly with leadership from the academies.
Thank you. So Dennis.
In my other job as Vice Chancellor, we have instituted some policy, education policy about the use of AI, for example, when students write homework, right? To classify the type of homeworks in which you absolutely cannot use AI, whereas others, if you use, you have to declare. And the third one is those for education, how to use AI, you can do. And I think for the scientific endeavor as a whole, the academies are very important in this. But I suspect that the final word will not be said for a great many years, right? Because the technology is moving and our thinking about this is moving all the time. But this is very important to be engaged right from the beginning and repeatedly. But that said, from our own research lab, I'm actually quite cautious about the use of AI, unless the project is, let's say, to develop a LLM for some projects. Otherwise, I'm quite cautious because you know what it's like when you have an article that you yourself write. You have the thinking all the way through. But if that article is written by some other person, right? And then within the 3,000 words, there might be, let's say, 1 or 2 errors embedded somewhere. To look for those is actually more difficult than if you have written the whole 3,000 words yourself. So I have this worry that an inappropriate use of AI in this sort of creative process might actually make us from creative scientists into something almost like a copy editor, right? You're trying to spot that 1 or 2 errors. and over long term, my intuition is that that probably cannot be good for our creativity. So I'm just worried about that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So since time is up almost, but one last question, very brief answers, but this is very important because we need to nurture our next generation of leaders and scientists. So could I go across? Peter, maybe you start first on how would you like to sort of have more effective ways, very briefly, to really, particularly with your NASE program, so how can you sort of call upon the young people to arouse their interest to really come into science? So what's a sort of publicity promotion campaign right now, the last words to the young people to attract them into science?
Thank you. Just 3 words: learning by doing. I think this is the important. In sport, if we want somebody to understand, like football or not, give to the kid a ball, kick to the net, and if it makes them joy, they will join. So concerning young generation, give them the ball, give them the pipette, do the research. If they like, they will join.
Yeah, thank you. Professor Bai, please.
Fully agree with you. Yeah, nothing more. But the young generation, I think they are very smart. Recently, as the chairman kind of election committee, I review all the applications from the young scientists. I was surprised. So this young generation, very smart. They publish so many, the best papers in the top journals. Not like, in our, when I was young, I could not do something like those, like you. So I hope you are made a great contribution to the international cooperation and this very special the year, this era, this innovation era. Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks.
Things are changing a lot, but I think the fundamental message hasn't. We want young people who are curious to come and join us in science to make the world a better place. And that just hasn't changed at all. So that's my message. Come and join us if you're curious and you want to make a better place.
Yeah, thank you. Croatia?
Yeah, so, the thing that hasn't changed is no matter what you do, it's only a very small percentage that wants to pursue science. And I think we need to start with very early exposure of curiosity, critical thinking, problem solving, and hopefully a certain percentage will find their passion and understand this is a long haul journey and come into it with great joy and hope that they can leave the world a better place.
Thank you. And final last word from Dennis, please. Message.
Well, I would say to the young people that you have the best body of scientific knowledge and the best technology that human history have ever seen. So please, we would welcome a proportion of you to use that treasures to make the future a better place. Thank you.
So thank you very much. So just follow your passion and come join us. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you all the speakers.
Thank you so much for insightful sharing. I invite the guests on stage to stay with us and then step forward to have a photo together. Let's have a photo together. Okay. Maybe we can have one little step to the right. Okay, then please have a look to the center. 1, 2, 3. A few more to go. 1, 2, 3. One more to go. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Thank you so much. Thank you, and please return to the seats. It's the finale of this section. We're about to have lunch. The organizer has provided light lunch to the registered participants. You may enjoy it in the reception hall. For guests who are invited to luncheon, please follow the instruction from our helpers to the venue. We'll see you soon at 1:35 with different keynote speakers with different insightful topics. See you at 1:35. Thank you. Hello everyone, welcome back to the Hong Kong Science Summit. The summit will begin shortly. Please be seated. Kindly remember to switch your mobile devices to silent mode or turn them off. Thank you for your cooperation. Stay tuned and see you in a bit. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Science Summit. The section is about the power of young scientists, and we have so many young students today. And now I would like to invite Professor Stephanie Ma, Vice President and founding member, Hong Kong Young Academy of Sciences, as this section's convener. Let's give warm welcome to Professor Ma.
Right, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to the session 2 of this Hong Kong Science Summit. It is my pleasure to see you all back here this afternoon as we move into a truly inspiring theme of the power of young scientists. So this afternoon, we're honored to host 6 distinguished guests, each representing vibrant young academies and networks from around the globe. Their presence underscores the growing recognition of the vital role that early to mid-career researchers and young scientists play in shaping the future of science and society. The 6 distinguished guests whom we'll be sharing with us today include Sam Chan from the Global Young Academy, Gao Chunbo from the World Association of Young Scientists, Abhi Veerakumarazivam from the Asian Young Scientist Network, Dennis Newman Griffiths from the UK Young Academy, Ekafan Krachak from the Thai Young Scientist Academy, and of course our very own Anderson Shum from the Hong Kong Young Academy of Sciences. And in recent years, we have really witnessed a remarkable proliferation of young academies and young scientist networks worldwide. And this trend is a response, I think, to the significant challenges that's faced by early to mid-career researchers and the increasing recognition of the need for their unique perspectives and proactive engagement in shaping the future of science and society. The key drivers and purposes behind these networks include providing a unified voice for young scientists and other emerging professionals, amplifying their influence within the broader scientific community, influencing science policy by ensuring that perspectives of the next generation of science leaders are included in critical decision-making processes, fostering collaboration and interdisciplinarity, bridging gaps across disciplines, institutions, and borders, which is essential for tackling complex global challenges, bridging the gap with senior academies, facilitating valuable intergenerational dialogue and creating pathways for young talent to contribute to establish scientific leadership, and of course, promoting science communication and education, inspiring future generations, ensuring that society at large understands and values the importance of scientific research. So I'm very glad that we have a bunch of very young secondary school students that have joined us this afternoon. So this session aims to showcase how young scientists are not only the future, but also the present, driving innovation, fostering collaboration, and shaping policies that impact us all. So thank you for your enthusiasm and commitment to advancing science. And I look forward to your talks, and also we have a discussion panel at the very end. So now, please join me in welcoming our first speaker, Sam Chan, who is currently the co-chair of Global Young Academy. She's also the associate professor in the School of Pharmaceutical Sciences at University Sains, Malaysia. So Sam, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie. Before I begin, on behalf of the Global Young Academy, allow me to observe a moment of silence to acknowledge the loss and the pain of the people in Hong Kong. May they find strength, support, and healing during this difficult time. Thank you very much. So I would like to give you an overview about the young scientists across the globe. Early of this year, we have 55 young academies around the world. And until today, there is a +2, which has been established just recently in September and June. And this is one of the earliest young academy that has been established, the Jung Academy, which is the German Young Academy, which is established in 2000, and of course, Lavier Academy, and also the Young Academy of Netherlands, which is established in 2005. And the youngest academy is the Eswatini Young Academy in September 2025, and also the Naya Young Academy, the Network for Asia Pacific, June 2005. And why young? Young has been different in different countries. And in general, the age limit is about 40 to 45, cutting point. However, in Lavier Association of Young Researchers, the minimum requirement is actually on bachelor degree. And for Burundi Council of Young Scientists, Sudanese, Kenya, and Nigerian Young Academy, the minimum requirement is at the master degree. Being young, like you are creative, energetic, you have new idea, and of course, imaginative. In the first few days, when I participate in the International Academic Partnership program, it is highly highlighted that the young scientist is attracting attention, and there will be a young affiliate program in the International Academic Partnership. And of course, most importantly, being young is because we are digitally literate as this golden era to bring the world forward. So people who are in the young scientists across the globe are mainly from those in the age of 29 to 44 years old, which is majority of us, millennials, which is early adopter of technology. We witness how the internet has grown and how the technologies has actually grown through. And this is a golden time for us to make use of those young scientists in the room to bring the world forward. And this is another example of a global worker and how they use generative AI. The percentage at this age is around 50 to 60. And based on the World Economic Forums, again, the technologies is one again being highlighted, which is highly needed in the future world. Same here, the core skill that is needed in 2030, AI, big data, technology, literacy, resilient, flexible, and being agile. So now, coming back to Global Young Academy. the power of young scientists. Guess where it was first taught about Young Academy, of Global Young Academy, if you know? It is apparently proud to mention the first mind come into the establishment of Young Academy happened in the region of Asia. Okay, and it was the meeting in Tianjin by the World Economic Forum, whereby they invite all the Young Academy in view to collaborate with the industry. Okay, and during that particular time, the Young Academy, when they meet each other, they found that they have a lot of energy, and there must be a platform for them to move together instead of silo working with the industry. And hence, in the next year, again, in Dalian, then they have another World Economic Forum where they invited the Conference of Young Scientists, which is again hosted by the International Academic Partnership, one of our main collaborators in Global Young Academy. Of course, not to forget. And finally, we established the Global Young Academy in 2010, February of 16, 40 young scholars from 28 countries, and hosted by the International Academic Partnership once again, and generously by the Leopoldina in hosting us as a founding meeting of Global Young Academy. And of today, we have 200 active members, 450 alumni across the globe, of course, including some in the room. And we have empowered 176 young executive leaders across the 15 years from 100 of countries with the vision of science for all and science for future, and a mission to give a voice to early mid-career researchers around the world. And this is currently the age, we are getting younger. That's a good news in Global Young Academy. And this is across the different continents. Sorry for the poor resolution. And in Asia, we are second after the Europe continent. And in the Global Young Academy, we have a mix of discipline, which is natural science, social science, and humanities, applied and formal sciences. And we hit a gender balance with 50-50 of female, male, and of course non-binary. And we have a very active group of women in science, where women leaders were part of the elective executive committee over the years. This is the chart that is showing how women is represented in the leadership. And how do we make a global impact? This is a platform to foster collaborations, to empower leaders, and to engage in partnership. We have a seed funding called International Grant Sasha Kagansky, which is named after one of our alumni of GYA. And this grant requirement is a collaboration between the Global North and the Global South. And we have some successful output of the grant. And of course, seed funding also across the different projects of the working group, which is science and policy, research environment, science education, and etc. And last year, we have just published a work by a working group, making a study around the Africa region, looking at the challenges faced by the young scientists. And of course, the highlight here is the lack of funding, support, and the support for the superior, and of course, mentorship. And the lacking further on the young researcher is working with the private company, which is one a young academy should improve. Okay, so we have also done some cross-country study, which is regional and institutional trend in assessment for academic promotions, which has been just published this year, early of this year. And this publication has actually challenged the current practice of strategic implication on researchers and how we are looking into their success. And it has been found that psychometrics are most popular used in upper middle income countries. And one thing to highlight is if the metric is used but not being aligned to the national agenda, it is not going to be success. And we have proudly said then we invited by the IAP a few days ago, which is chaired by my co-chair, to share about this research assessment study. We have also very active education outreach program where we empower the younger scientists through our program in the rural area in Malaysia. This is one we collaborate with the Young Scientists Network of Malaysia. And of course, across the Global Young Academy, it is possible to look into issues that is challenged across the border. So this is one of the very proudly project that I could share, which is Global Migration and Human Rights, where we stand on solidarity to counsel people who are affected by the post-war situation. And we have a science leadership program, which is very well known from the Global Young Academy. And this is some of the podcasts that you can find in YouTube about our biodiversity, women in science, and we have topics that is difficult to translate from science to the society in different language. And this is a highlight of the activities that we have. And beyond the academic, we also assist other national academy in, advising them on how to establish young academies. And the newest version of the NAYA and also the Eswatini was actually with our advice. So it has been 15 years of legacy. The crystallization of the Young Academy doesn't stop here. It's just in line with how a butterfly flies. And this is time. And this is the golden time that we have to use the power of Young Academy being digitally literate to move on. And this is some of our guiding principles, being excellent, evidence-informed, inclusivity, diversity, impact, dialogue, sustainability, openness and creative, responsibility, and independent. Of course, not to forget that we should thank to our supporters and our collaborator, and of course, the Hong Kong Young Academy of Science, the Hong Kong Academy of Science, and the Chinese Academy of Science in hosting a bunch of these GYAs in this event. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sam, for that sharing and also for sharing with us your work at Global Young Academy. So our next speaker is Gao Chenbo, who currently serves as a vice chairperson and secretary general of the World Association of Young Scientists. He also holds the position of deputy director of the Service Center for Enterprise Innovation of the Chinese Association of Science and Technology. Chenbo, please. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, 亲爱的同学们 Good afternoon. I'm from the World Association of Young Scientists, WAYS, WIS. It is a great pleasure to meet you all here in Hong Kong Science Summit. Today, I'm honored to introduce WIS and share what we have done in the past year. Before we start, please watch a short video. Sorry.
This is an era of rapid change unparalleled in human history. There is a group of people who, with a vision that extends beyond the stars and a mindset that transcends time and space, are dedicating their wisdom and efforts to the noble causes of technology for social good and sustainable development. In 2019, Chinese President Xi Jinping sent a congratulatory letter encouraging young scientists worldwide to deepen their exchanges. The next year, UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres sent a letter to young scientists globally to address the challenge together. To solve development challenges, international cooperation and open sharing are essential. Against this backdrop, the World Association of Young Scientists, WASE, was founded. As an international, academic, and non-profit social organization, WASE has always been committed to creating a platform for young scientists to exchange and learn from each other, to help achieve the Sustainable Development Goals and to promote the development of a community with a shared future for mankind. WASE organizes global summits to foster exchanges and collaborations among young scientists, to support explorations and breakthroughs in scientific and technological innovation, and to promote sustainable development. Supervised by the China Association for Science and Technology, initiated by the China Association for Science and Technology Center for Professional Training and Services, the Wenzhou Growth Foundation for World Young Scientists, the Venture Cup Denmark, and the Young Earth Scientists Network. WASE has brought together 46 organizations from 23 countries to pave the way for an amazing future. The development of global science and technology requires the concerted efforts of everyone, especially the active participation of young scientists.
WASE was grown out of the World Young Scientist Summit, and it was established last November. Last month, we had our first birthday. WASE is an international, academic, and non-profit organization for young scientists around the world. Our mission is simple and clear: to build a global platform for young scientists, promote scientific and technological innovation for sustainable development, and contribute to the achievement of the UN SDGs. For a young international organization like WASE, the first birthday is not just a date. It is a sign that we are moving from our early beginning toward a more stable state. This year, we worked hard to build a clear, open, and professional system. We want WASE to become a well-managed and trusted global organization. To make our work more skilled and more professional, we passed the ISO 7301 Compliance Management System certification. This certification covers many areas, such as data security, cybersecurity, finance, and more. It gives us a role to follow and help us in a safe and proper way. In the past year, our group member increased from 46 to 78. They come from 26 countries. They include university, research institute, science organization, and industry group. I'm also very glad that the Hong Kong Institution of Engineers, the Hong Kong Young Academy of Science, and the Hong Kong Young Scientists Association have all joined WASE. And now, individual young scientists can also apply to be member of WASE. We welcome more and more young people to join us. WASE is not for one field. It is for all fields in science. We care about cross-field work and innovative ideas. Many important solutions today need ideas from different areas working together. To support this, we have set up 10 specialized committees. These committees bring together young scientists across the world. They work on topics such as green chemistry and digital technology and more. They give advice, share knowledge, and help us build a strong program. Now, I would like to introduce our main work. We focus on 3 key areas. First, we organize activities such as the World Young Scientist Summit and international exchange visit to build a platform for global communication and cooperation. Second, we promote scientific innovation for sustainable development. Third, we work with international science organizations. Now, let me talk more about the World Young Scientist Summit, WYSS. WYSS is co-hosted by the China Association for Science and Technology and the People's Government of Zhejiang Province. It is part of the Global Civilization Dialogue Ministry Action Plan. Since 2019, WYSS has been held 7 times. As you saw in that video, President Xi Jinping and UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres sent a letter to the summit. We use one line from President Xi's letter as our long-term theme, converging the world's talent, creating a better future. The 7th WYSS just concluded. Its theme was Embracing Change, Young Scientists Shaping the Future. We do our best to make the summit more global, more academic, and more youth-focused, more practical. Over the years, WYSS has brought together top scientists, young researchers, science leaders, business leaders, and international organizations. The number we have collected show our growth, our influence, and our global network. Beyond the summit itself, we are also expanding WYSS-related activities. Our idea is to serve all of China and to connect with the whole world. We are planning events in Brussels, Hong Kong, Macau, and many places. This program will help us build a stronger international footprint. Besides WYSS, we also host the WIS Plus Youth Salon events. These are small, focused, and high-quality discussions. We talk about AI, computing, talent development, and many new ideas and new topics. In the future, we will bring these events to more countries and regions. We hope to build a continuous global network for young scientists. At the same time, WIS works closely with other international science organizations. We organize events on science, governance, and sustainable development, and many global issues. We want to encourage dialogue, share knowledge, and create win-win cooperation. We hope to support the common development of all humanity. To support the young scientist. We also have several award and recognition programs. The Young Scientist SDGs Award is now in its third year. It honors young scientists who make strong research progress in nature science and who support the UN SDGs. Each year, we select up to 5 winners. Each winner receives 1 million renminbi. We also have a Beikun Young Scientist Award, the Brain Machine Intelligence Region Star Award, and the Global Young Scientist Pioneer List. Through this program, we help young scientists grow and increase their impact. Here are the past winners of the SDGs Award. They work in energy, climate, and environmental and other important areas. One of them is Professor Lou Xiongwen from City University of Hong Kong, who won in 2023. As we move into 2026, WIS is entering a new stage of fast development. We will continue to grow and empower our work. We will expand our membership system, offer better service to our members, build more global partnership, and create more exchange programs for young scientists around the world. We hope to bring together more young people and support global cooperation through science. If you are interested in WIS, please follow our official account by scanning the QR code. We welcome you to join us. Let us work together to connect young scientists and to create a better future for the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chenpo. Right, so the next speaker is Abby Vera Kumarazavam. All right, I hope I did a good job. And Abby is currently the Provost and Deputy Vice Chancellor of Sunway University. He's also the immediate past chair of the Asian Young Scientists Network. And it's also nice to learn that over lunch, he's also in my field of research interest. He's also a trained cancer geneticist that's focused on cancer recurrence, invasion, and Asian genetic variation. So give it up for Abby, please. Thank you.
Thanks for the kind introduction. Very good afternoon. So nice to see a lot of younger faces. So when I was asked, and thank you very much, Anderson, for this opportunity to share a little bit of what we do at the ASEAN Young Scientists Network, but I also thought that this would be a good opportunity to also address the question of how do we as young scientists, as young people with lots of energy and dynamism, or at least that's what's associated with us, although I think chronological age is just a number, how might we actually play a role in bridging knowledge and action? And so the genesis of the ASEAN Young Scientists Network and many of the young scientists within the ecosystem in Malaysia and many Southeast Asian countries really stems from the Global Young Academy and the good work the organization has been doing to champion the voice of young scientists and also to create the value in which a platform is really required. And so for the ASEAN Young Scientists, it was actually a work that was funded through the Global State of Young Scientists in ASEAN through the co-chair then, Orakanok Fundraksa, who focused on really trying to understand what were the state challenges and opportunities of young scientists in ASEAN. And unsurprisingly and unfortunately, this still persists today, albeit I think at least there's a greater awareness, there's a greater intent, and there's certainly greater momentum towards addressing them. Things like administrative and funding barriers, the lack of a platform for a cohesive voice, weak mentorship structures, or at least very informal in nature, and of course, unequal research capacity. And I think that's equally important. We heard from the amazing speakers this morning that there is an inequality that is systemic, that is a product of colonialism, a product of various different inequities, and it's something that we have to address. But there were two very important factors. The first one was the ecosystem itself was very fragmented. The reality is that a lot of Southeast Asian researchers that are trained in the Western, more developed countries never actually look within the region and see how might we be collaborating with our East Asian counterparts, for example. The second is that there was an underrepresentation in policy making, where there was a sincere desire for young people to actually have their voice heard within the policy interface. And so in 2018, together with my co-chair then, Dr. Orakanoko Fanraksa, we were able to establish the ASEAN Young Scientists Network that was formally established in the ASEAN, and that's the ASEAN Handshake. And the focus was really on empowering the young scientists to be able to then be more collaborative and ultimately to create that impact. And we were really lucky that in 2020, the ASEAN Young Scientists was also recognized as the priority. But all of us know what happened after that. The pandemic that obviously really shaped or perhaps disrupted a lot of things. But to a certain extent, it was also great because for once, science also came into forefront. Everyone was talking about real-time PCR and vaccines and various different things. Science was really very much in the common consciousness of people. But together with that, we also started seeing pushbacks. And today, I mean, you have even developed countries, questioning the value of vaccines. And so why is this? And to all of you, it's because what we live in today is what's called a post-normal world. So nothing's really normal. Number one is that I'm sure all of you feel like, oh my God, I've got so many different, considerations to make. The world is so complex. And even when I've decided, I think I know what it is, there's an alternative facts. So there's so much contradictions, and so how do you actually delineate that? And you heard about the issues of misinformation and disinformation that was alluded by a number of speakers this morning. And as a result, there's just so much chaos. And that's really also manifested in the way in which we are operating in science. And today you heard the themes of interdisciplinarity, because science has become a lot more complex. We also now understand, thanks to AI, that number one person is no longer going to be expert of the knowledge domains. That basically there is so much knowledge out there that's impossible to know everything. The second is that we live in a world that is a lot more porous, that our sense of control is also an illusion, because basically the locus of power now is way more distributed. Equally important, society impact is becoming even more relevant, the need for social licenses. And we are slowly, but maybe not quickly enough, becoming comfortable in what is uncertain, understanding what it means to be a fact in science, what is a scientific theory, and understanding that science continues to evolve, and what we have is the best evidence to date. What's equally important is stakes are very, very high, because you've seen how political systems can shift on a daily basis. With that, funding structures change. Decision-making is also extremely urgent. Everybody's priority is a priority. And more importantly, I think we are becoming more aware that actually a lot of the decisions that we make is beyond evidence. There is a value systems that we hold very strongly to what we do, perhaps consciously or subconsciously. And this could be defined by our religion. This could be defined by our cultural, or perhaps even our individual experiences. And I think nothing else is manifested better than this cartoon, right? Where everybody is an expert. Even if an expertise is about nothing, that's a form of expertise too. And even after everyone has an opinion, you would think then we will know what to do. But the reality is that when the time comes to actually make a decision, there's so much uncertainties. And so a lot of the effort within the academies have been trying to see how might we address misinformation, disinformation, how do we avoid giving digital oxygen to certain types of conspiracy theories while addressing those that might actually be a problem. And this is work that we did with the US National Academy of Sciences. But we also realized the importance of locally contextualizing. How do I attract young group of kids? By maybe using the K-pop Demon Hunters, I don't know whether you guys listen to, or should I throw in things like Let's Get Skibidi or Riz or whatever it is. I'm not quite sure whether the Gen Alpha, but I see them smiling. They're probably going, oh, uncle, don't say this, right? But the point here is that it's extremely important to locally contextualize, attract, and identify, that today we live in an extremely heterogeneous group, and most importantly, contextualizing that communication. And this is work that has been done by the Young Scientist Network of the Academy of Sciences Malaysia. But I think a lot of work, while we saw that amazing, the Hong Kong Academy of Sciences, the work that you all have done, is nothing short of amazing, and getting it out to the community. But you saw Dennis Lo's presentation about how to invest greater amounts of money requires policymakers, and it's great that you had policymakers this morning. Because I think for scientists, a lot of times we think of policymaking framework as one that's very circular. You raise awareness, you define the problem, you identify options, you then select the policy, and then you implement, you evaluate, and then it goes on. But, Peter Gluckman will be very happy that I'm showing this slide. The reality of the science of advice ecosystem is very, very messy. Right? You know what, guys? You all at the back are equally important in this because every different group actually plays a different role. And as a result, it's not as circular and can be extremely messy. And so the first thing about bridging knowledge to action is, I think, a role of young scientists to be aware that we don't live in isolation. As irritating as it is to listen to politicians, you have to understand that decisions they make actually influences us. And therefore, we have to make that extra effort to bridge that big gap to actually reach them. And so that's what we call science advice, to be knowledge brokers, to be people that can set aside their conflicts of interest and actually reach out, asking, why should they listen to you? What is their priority? How can I actually ensure that the decisions they make that is scientifically sound can actually help them to get voted in the next round? These are just some of the questions that actually we need to think about. But politics alone is not important. We are realizing the importance of society. You have seen how universities or even academic societies, the relevance are being questioned today because of the lack of trust, the lack of social licenses. So it's also equally important for young scientists to understand that their conduct, how they actually engage with different stakeholders is extremely important, cultural sensitivity, local context, and also as much as we want to hear ourselves, it's equally important to create opportunities for the others to also be heard. And that's why I think the Hong Kong model, to a certain extent, of having universities very closely aligned to the young academies is an extremely important success factor. I've seen this across various different young models, young academy models. The part of the problem is actually sustainability. You have founders who are very, very gung-ho about this. They have the influence and they start it up. But after a couple of years, when you actually have different successions, this might actually be an issue because the same motivations could be different. And so having more stable funding sources, stable institutions to actually support, and if we see ourselves as scientific academies that are all about generating knowledge and disseminating knowledge, I feel that university as bridges is an important tool. And also, I think Dennis Lo talked about the 4 different quadrants. I'll add a 5th quadrant. I think we also have to think about the environment. So it's not just the government, the academia, the society, and the industry, but the quintuple helix of environment. And ultimately, it's asking ourselves, what purpose do we serve beyond ourselves? And so the ASEAN Young Scientists Network looks at 3 main areas: connectivity, leadership, and integrity. But ultimately, we focus on 2 things. One is, of course, future focus, understanding how uncertain the world is, but also realizing that we have to play a greater role in ensuring greater planetary health. In the context of leadership, we provide many different platforms. It's not just about really developing that inclusive leadership model that's also pioneered through the help of Global Young Academy, but more importantly, also building the friendships, that extra trust, because a lot of this work is probably not going to help them with the academic promotions, but hopefully it will actually help them ultimately in the long game. The second, I think, probably even more so, while one of the speakers talked about how important it is to have publications in high H-index and citations, but we also know that same H-index and citations have somewhat also hijacked the purpose of research. And so it's not just about research misconduct, but it's also questionable research practices and the culture of research. And so the Young Scientists Network of Malaysia established, I think, the first in the region, educational module on responsible conduct of research. And we now have an ASEAN RCR project that talks about how might we contextualize the responsible conduct of research education in the region, because we also believe excellence without integrity will not actually support ultimately the goals. And finally, of course, connectivity. I think one of the things why we are so excited, and thanks Anderson for bringing all of us here together, is because ultimately, besides the virtual interface, nothing beats the human interface and actually building that relationships. So my foundation, Chancellor of Sunway University, where I operate, and this is to what Alison was alluding to about how do you reconcile between competition and collaboration. The reality is that the one that collaborates the best is going to be the most competitive. And so he talks about how to be the best. You have to learn, you have to work, you have to collaborate, and to actually compete with the best. And that's really, really important. And so we have a virtual platform, and that really helps us to develop the larger regional impact for sustainable development. One thing is, of course, a big gap, and I think we cannot run away from socioeconomic development of the organization and also the ecosystem of why they have to invest in research. Remember the first part of science advice, why should they give you money? That's because you will deliver more value. And so one of the big gaps in Southeast Asia is that our research normally doesn't translate to commercialization. It doesn't mean that we don't support fundamental research, but if research defines itself as applied research, there must be a pipeline towards it. And recently, we have also engaged, and I'm opening this up to all of you because next year we'll be doing this again. It's the China-ASEAN Innovation Quest. This is a collaboration with the Chinese Academy of International Science and Technology Corporation, as well as the Guilin University of Electronic Technology. And we just had the grand finale early this month. It was a fantastic success, and it's about really bringing together young people from different regions. And at Sunway University, we invest a lot into the Academy of Sciences of the ASEAN Young Scientists Network, because we believe that without bringing people into the same room, we can't actually drive the kind of human connection buildings. So next year, I invite all of you to come to Sunway City, and hopefully, we can really build on the work that you have done. And it's really built on sustainability. And why is this? I want to just end with some slides on Sunway University, because I feel like this is what science does. Sunway City, is really, 2 holes in the ground 40 years ago, totally overmined, totally unsustainable, no plants for the first 20 years. We had to actually plant plastic trees on it. But after 30 years, it transformed into this. And today it's home to 250,000 people with 42 million visitors. Really it's a seamless integration to show that, despite, we are trained academically to not want to be capitalistic, but the reality is that we cannot run away from industry, and that's why congratulations that you had Tencent here today, because it's all about the industry coming together to actually achieve those goals. So pragmatism plays a really huge role. And ultimately, focusing on SDGs and actually finding each one of us as scientists, as students, as well as senior academics, how might we play a role to create, how we operate as individuals, as institutions, as well as local impact and global connections. Because the purpose of science and education is not for our individual promotions, but it's about how might we create that better world. Thank you.
Thank you, Avi. That was very enjoyable and inspiring. Our fourth speaker of this session is Dennis Newman Griffiths. Dennis is currently executive group member and past co-chair of the UK Young Academy. He's also currently a senior lecturer and AI for Health lead at the Center for Machine Intelligence at University of Sheffield. And today, Dennis will be sharing with us about building bridges, learning from a decade of building community and collaboration across nations, sectors, and disciplines. Dennis, please. Thank you.
Lovely, thank you very much. I tend to be a bit of a walker, so I'll try to stay here in front of the microphone. Thank you very much, Anderson, for the invitation. It's a real pleasure to be able to join you today and to celebrate this 10th anniversary of the Hong Kong Academy of Sciences and all the wonderful things that the Hong Kong Young Academy of Sciences has been doing as well. So, as you've heard, I have a couple of different hats that I wear. So I was part of the founding leadership of the UK Young Academy, which I'll talk a little bit more about in a few minutes. We are a very new Young Academy. We've only been around for a couple of years. And I am the immediate past co-chair, so I had the privilege of being the first person to step down from leading the Young Academy, which, when you've been in one of these roles, is a very satisfying thing to do. I also have a day job as an academic at the University of Sheffield for my sins working in AI. And I'll talk a little bit more about how some of that work has informed what we try to do in the Young Academy sphere in a little bit. But Hong Kong is a very good city to talk about bridges in. And what I want to talk about today is highlighting from both experience in the UK Young Academy and from my own personal experience, lessons that we've learned about how to do many of the things that we've been talking about, to build community, to build collaborations that can help tackle the large challenges that we face in the world. So I want to start by talking, given that the UK Young Academy is young, we don't have that much to talk about yet. I'm going to be a little bit more philosophical. I want to start with talking a bit about what is it that young academies are for? How have we tried to realize that in the work of the UK Young Academy? And then what are we looking at in the future? Where do we try to go from here? So having an orientation, as many of us do, towards wanting to make impact and change in the world requires that we work both across and between. And then we do this between disciplines, between sectors, between nations. So the challenges that we're all facing right now, you heard about this from some of the speakers in this morning, so this list will look familiar. These challenges, things like climate change, economic inequality, antimicrobial resistance, digital divides and the impacts of AI, sands of conflict, power, and displacement, these are complex. They're often referred to as polycrisis, but it's also useful to think about them as polysystemic. There are many different systems that are interacting with one another that come into play. And these challenges know no borders. They cut across all disciplines, they affect all aspects of work that we do, and they have impact throughout economies. These are not just academic problems, they're not just policy problems, they cut across everything that we do. So I use the metaphor of building bridges, but we can also think about this in terms of braiding rope, where what we want is, as we're trying to tackle these challenges, we need to entwine, to weave together the work that we do in different disciplines, in different sectors, and in different nations. So in addition to bridging gaps, we also want to think about this, creating these strong ropes of weaving together different experiences, different perspectives, to get something that's much stronger than any strand on its own. And this is what young academies are really well positioned to do. So young academies convene early career leaders. They bring people together who have passion, who have promise, who may or may not have a greater degree of energy than those who are a little bit more established. And what they do is they provide a platform to enable, to resource, and to amplify those leaders to make a change. People who are early in their careers often do not have access to platforms, do not have access to resources, spaces to make their voices and ideas heard. And this is what young academies can work together to help change. And we do this very importantly, working in partnership with senior academies and senior organizations. You've heard about many of those today. In the UK Young Academy, we have the enormous luck to be generously supported by 7 national academies in the UK, the Royal Society, under whose auspices we operate, the British Academy, the Royal Academy of Engineering, the Academy of Medical Sciences, the Royal Society of Edinburgh, the Learned Society of Wales, and the Royal Irish Academy. Now that is a very powerful platform for us to build on, but it's something where we bring benefit as well. So these partnerships, senior academies have a remit and a reach that goes far beyond fellowship. We often think about, certainly those of us who are academics, we tend to think about senior academies in this space of recognition, great success, you're elected a fellow, you've done really well. But the work of national academies goes so far beyond that. It's about public engagement, it's about sharing, it's about education and development of future generations. And those spaces are where there's enormous benefit from partnership between senior academies and young academies. Senior academies have the eminence to be heard, the platform to get ideas out in front of people, the access to open doors, and the experience to know what works and what doesn't. Young academies are full of risk takers, people who are willing to challenge orthodoxy and who have a passion to make something new, to bring some kind of difference about in the world. And young academies are the sources of up-and-coming excellence for the future. So when we work in partnership across these models, what we get is mutual benefit from leveraging this future excellence with established platforms and leveraging those platforms for future excellence. So what does this look like for us in the UK Young Academy? We were established in 2023. We are a growing organization. We're certainly a growing membership. You can see here our chart. We currently have 141 members. We're expecting to admit another 20 in the next couple of months. And we are unusual in that we have a cross-sector remit. So our membership includes academics, industry professionals, people working in the charity sector. We have some policy professionals. And this is because our founding principles are based around those kinds of intertwined experience and expertise that I was speaking about. So we are able to, we've been able to convene a diverse and a cross-sectional membership. We have every nation and region in the UK represented. Our membership is greater than 50% female and non-binary. In our academics, we have more than 50 institutions represented across the country. Our founders in industry include founders of quantum startups, community arts organizations, cultural archives. We have policy professionals. We have a member of Scottish Government work in the Young Academy. We have journalists. We have civil society. This is a really fantastic group of people to be able to bring together to try to tackle significant challenges in the world. And we've been able to develop quite an interdisciplinary perspective and an intersector base. So our membership, here we have a breakdown in terms of the 4 sort of core key areas of discipline. Our actually largest area of discipline now is on arts and humanities and social sciences. 30% of our members identify in this area. And then a good match of life sciences, physical engineering, and computer sciences, and a growing proportion in business and public service and communications. We are at about 77% academics, but that means that 1 in 4 of our members is not an academic. And this is something that's very important for us, and we are continuing to try to grow this proportion because the problems that we are trying to face, the change that we want to make, is not just an academic issue. And we've been able to develop, in our short time of being around, a really outstanding and exciting work program that is on the pathway to generating real impact. We have 6 projects that we've funded and are working actively right now. The Thrive project is looking at creating better support and resources for neurodivergent employees, particularly in academic organizations. Imagine is helping young people from marginalized backgrounds understand and be open to and see that there are open to them a greater diversity of career pathways than they often think are available. Our At-Risk Scholars and Professionals program has already helped to bring in 12 outstanding scholars into the UK Young Academy from at-risk backgrounds, many of them fleeing conflict zones. Our Health Open Spaces project is creating dialogues across sectors between health professionals, policymakers, academics about how to tackle some of the really pressing challenges we have in delivering and maintaining a health service fit for the future. Our Science and Technology Diplomacy project feeds into much of the work that we heard about this morning, many of the dialogues that are ongoing around the globe about how to use scientific platforms and to use scientific evidence to advance diplomacy, advance peacemaking, and better the world. And finally, our Making Waves project is looking at how we can better bring in the very underaddressed area of ocean education, ocean diversity and understanding into primary school education in the UK. So, along with this, we've been able to start to develop quite a strong international profile and a platform. So we had, as mentioned earlier, the Inter-Academy Partnership has just welcomed young affiliates, and we're very proud to be one of the first young affiliates joining the IAP. We have members who are sitting on the UK and Ireland Human Rights Committee. We've been able to send members to very high-profile events. We have some members actually in Cairo for the IAP meeting this week. And we were able to send members to events like the Falling Walls Foundation's Science Summit in Berlin earlier this year. So these are launch pads. These are platforms for our members to help lead the innovative and interconnected change that we aim to create in the world, to be able to participate in these global dialogues and to grow as future leaders whose work will be the lasting legacy that we would like to see. So where do we go from here? What happens next? And this is where I'm going to draw a little bit on my own personal experience, thinking a little bit further back. I said at the beginning, drawing on a decade of experience. So UK Young Academy hasn't been around for a decade, but I certainly have. So what I want to emphasize here is a word that you've heard many times today already, and that word is partnership. And thinking about partnership across nations and across career stages. So here I'll draw on a couple of examples from my work in the AI sphere. One is looking at building international spheres around AI, data, and disability, and the second is shaping the very rapidly changing global practice on AI for science. So in the disability space, this started, just a very brief précis of this started with work from an initial research collaboration in the US government between the National Institutes of Health and the Social Security Administration. That created really useful initial research, but the intended impact from it actually fizzled. It didn't really, we weren't able to affect any of the change that we wanted to see. But what it did create was an initial platform where I then went on to found an international workshop series on AI for function, disability, and health. We've held 5 editions of it from 2020, been able to have participation from more than 20 countries involved in this. That has then led further to agenda-setting papers with cross-continental authorship, being able to feed into dialogues such as at the National Academies of Sciences in the US around international measurement for function and disability and early days of building a Horizon Europe collaboration. So what's worked here, what's made this work, this is 10 years summarized in one slide, is patience and time, a lot of work of knocking on doors, but also partnership with high-profile individuals and labs, people who have access, who have knowledge, who can help to amplify exciting and challenging new ideas. And by continuing to create activities, by continuing to push forward ideas in small spaces, they get bigger. The spaces grow, the ideas grow, the people who are involved grow, and you start to get something that has its own momentum and carries itself forward, as we're seeing develop now. The other area that I'll highlight is work in the last few years on the rapidly growing area of AI for science, and thinking not just about the practice of science, but about the systems with which we fund and govern and assess it. So I led a project working with research funding professionals, non-academics, policy professionals, implementation professionals, from 13 different funders around the world, representing 3 different continents, to shape responsible AI, use of AI, in research funding and assessment. This led to producing a handbook that we published earlier this year called Funding by Algorithm on Responsible AI for Research Funders, that's already been picked up by dozens of funders from around the world, and has led on to a proposal for a cost network, which is a Horizon Europe research networking mechanism that actually brings together people from more than 30 countries around the world. And this will be, hopefully, to start international dialogues around how the use of AI is changing research practice and regulation, how to continue to shape responsible practice around that. So here, again, what made this work? Cross-sector partnership is the key issue, focused on bringing together a diversity of experiences and understandings, leveraging existing international infrastructure. It was able to run this project through the Research on Research Institute, which had already built this very strong network of connections around the world. And again, here we see this self-sustaining value creation. By starting work at international scale, it builds its own momentum and carries itself forward. So, I'll wrap up by saying there are some lessons to take from this for working at an academy level. Partnership is not simple. It takes time, it takes hard graft, but it is transformative. It helps to transform the reach, the scale, and the innovation of the work that we do. And it helps to create global impact and bring about mutual benefit between junior and senior career stages. So addressing these polysystemic challenges that we are all facing, that have been much of the discussion today, requires what we might think of as inter-everything, interdisciplinary, intersector, international, and being intertwined. Young academies are enablers and force multipliers for this work that connect excellent early career professionals to each other through events like this and to pathways to impact. And the future of those young academy impacts relies on international, intersector, and intercareer stage connections. Thank you very much.
So while the UK Young Academy is relatively new, but I think it's really amazing how the breadth of activities that they have engaged in and the number of members that they have been able to attract is very impressive. So thank you, Dennis, for that sharing. Our next speaker is Ikefan Krajcek. Don't know if I got that right. Where are you? There we go. All right, thank you. Ikefan is the former co-chair of the Thai Young Scientist Academy. He's also, of course, the associate professor and head of the Department of Botany of the Faculty of Science at Custard University. So his speech will be on thriving with Thai society, how young scientists help cultivate future generations of scientific minds. Please, thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Stephanie Ma, for introducing me, and thank you, Hong Kong Academy of Science and Hong Kong Young Academy of Science for inviting us to be here in this event. And as Stephanie said, I'm an immediate past co-chair. There seems to be a recurring theme for the speaker this afternoon. So, and that said, is having been co-chairs for 2 years, giving me a lot of perspective and seeing things the way that we have been working, and it's kind of started to crystallize to me that aside from what everyone have been said, that like young scientists are the power, are the things that actually can drive our future, but also we're not that young anymore, really. I mean, you get you guys here and then seeing the high school student walking in, like, we are not really young. And every time we have this event, we always joke that like, well, hi, we are young scientists. And the student like, you are not young, you are like super ancient, right? So like, okay guys, you guys are younger scientists, we are young, we're still young, okay? So the way we think of it is that like we are not that young anymore and we're not gonna stay young forever, even though we wanted to, and as Abi said, numbers are numbers, right? So we want to keep this forward, want to pay it forward, that not just us, but it's going forward to the next generation. How can we do it? So here's a problem, and I think we've seen this everywhere, not just Thailand, but this is a number from Thailand. We have future of mismatches. We actually, in the future, we're looking at the STEM job like science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. We need 41% of workforce to be in STEM. But currently, we can only produce 21% of that workforce. As no surprises, science hard, right? Physics, mathematics, calculus, I hate them. But anyhow, it's really difficult. It's really hard to get people to get into science. And the question is, and this is my student, where are the scientists? And they asked me that question like, but you guys in the science major, you are the scientists. And they were like, I don't think so. I don't feel like scientists. I can picture myself as a scientist in the future. So how can we make science more accessible and more visible to people? How can we present ourselves, what we do, like who we are, and make them excited, make them want to be one of us? How can we do that? So this is where Thai Young Scientists Academy, or TYSA, we call it TYSA, come into the picture. So we start back in 2009, around the same time as GYA. Actually, one of the founding member of GYA from Thailand, and because of GYA, like we need to have one of our own as well. But you can see for the longest time, from 2009 to 2018, we have a group of people who want to do something together, and they stay like that for a long time. And then our past co-chair, Sasitorn and Kampanat, who also now the chair of ASEAN Young Scientist Network, turned that into a legal entity. We actually are now a legal enterprise. We can actually take jobs. We can actually do events based on our organization because we're not governmental. We're not associated with the senior academy or government, which give us a lot more flexibility of what we want to do. So, So our goal is to bring in the excellent scientists, not just any scientists, but scientists who done excellent work in the field, but with volunteer mindset. We have a lot of amazing people who are really good in the labs, but we want people who want to bring that outside the lab, who want to make even more positive impact to the greater society. We want those people and then come together. And for those of us here at our stage, we've seen so much of negative energy at the workplace all the time, right? TYSA, our academy, is one of the safe haven for those scientists who want to experience other positive energy from other people. We know all the struggle, we know all the problems, but let's focus on the solution. What can we do? So in our group, we focus on 3.5 things. And the first one, the international partnership, is something we want to get more involved with, and that's why I'm here. So one of our 3 pillars here are the policy recommendation, try to influence policymaker, and also to empower younger scientists, the one that younger than us, and finally to communicate science to the broader, bigger society. And we're gonna go talk into the step that going from the smaller group of people to the largest group of people here. So, of course, we're learning from, and I've been really humbling to see from Royal Academy, from the Academy of Europe, it's a lot of, like, they can do so much more, right? And the WAYS, we've been part of WAYS from the very beginning, and the ASEAN Young Scientist Network, and GYA, of course. So a lot of this we can learn from each other. A lot of our struggle and problems are very similar, and we can learn from so much. And I just learned from Stephanie, you guys have mentorship program that pair the students, and we totally gonna copy them. And it's something that really inspiring each other. So like by coming together and sharing with each other, we can learn a lot from each other. And of course, like Abi said, we cannot forget the politics, right? Like the policymaker is going to be there. They're always going to come from political figures, but we can do something to influence them. We can provide the sounding board for them, and trustworthiness, as we talk about throughout the day, is something important. So this year we're starting something very similar to GLOSIS at ASEAN. We call them ThaiSat. It's a Thailand State of Academics and Training. So we're going to do the 2025 post-normal survey of what it's like to be a scientist this day, and beyond those complaints and all those perceptions that we are poor, which is not untrue. And what can we do to solve that? And we actually present this as an evidence base for the government to actually start working on them, right? Because right now they have all these vague numbers of feelings about what we are. So we want to provide them with more solid number on that. So we're working very hard on that right now. And of course, one of the things that I'm really proud of, and as an educator myself, we want to make sure that we empower the current and future scientists. The student in the back here, you guys are future for us. And of course, we have your teachers, your professor who just come back from abroad or just finished PhD and have zero training in teaching whatsoever. And they have to walk into the classroom teaching 300 students. How can they do that? How are they going to survive doing that? Why try to get funding? And we try to help them survive that. And us being the survivor, we want to provide that platform and that model for them to say, it's okay, we have lived through that as well. We want you to survive and success as much as you can. So we want to ensure that. So we now involving with a lot of workshop training, the Gifted Student Program. I stay with them for 3 days, day and night, and one of the things that we try to put in them is that science is not about success. It's about failing repeatedly. So we give them the proposal to work with, and we fail them like, no, we not like it, go ahead, do it again. And they're really frustrated, and I think they come out with knowing that like science is a long term, it's a game, it's a long struggling, and the things that drive us to the end is passion. We really want to do things that we want to do, and that will keep us going, and that's set us apart from other career paths that we actually can work on our own curiosity, and that's something that we want to get the message across. And finally, we want to make sure that that message is go across science students, science teacher, current scientists, going across everyone in the society. And we pair up with National Science Museum to do this outreach event. Like every year we have, I think, 4 or 5 events every year partnering with them. We also do our own forums to inform public about issues that come up in the society. So everyone can feel like science is on their side, right? Science is a reliable sort of things, and being in Southeast Asian country, people believe superstition more than the scientists. So we try to like reverse that and make science a reliable source and make it accessible. We make scientists go talk to the student, and they feel like, well, the scientists are normal people, and it's just like the rest of us. So what we see ourselves doing is that at the core, of course, the policy, especially this day in Thailand, the policy is very top-down. Like all the funding, all the directions of research that come from the government, and they can decide what they want. But we want to make sure that we are there to inform with the current data and trends that are going on. And across from that, we want to make sure that policy also benefit the future generation of practicing scientists and future science students. We want to make sure that when they graduate, they have jobs to do, they have funding to do their research. How that possible? Like, we want to make sure that people stay on in their career path as long as they can. And finally, that radiate out to the outer society, that even though they're not working in science at all, they can benefit from our knowledge, from what we can tell them and what the correct information, how we can fight all this misinformation and expert on nothing, how can we combat that in the nice civilized way. And that's what we can see ourselves being a younger people in the society, can cut across all those sections in our society and work with everyone to make this happen, right? So finally, I think this is a key here, is that we want the society to see that we are the scientists, we are people, we are actually there, and science as a career is something that people can have ambition to set on to, and we are people of passion. We drive ourselves to the finish line, however long this, and we are real people. So by us getting together, using this energy to the rest of society, we hope that we can ignite that same feeling that scientist is a career and it's possible for everyone. And with that, if anyone have questions or want to connect with our organization, I'll be happy to answer, even though I'm not co-chair anymore. I'm serving as the media coordinator, meaning I'm responding to your email and Facebook posts, so I'm still answering questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And of course, last but not least, we have our own representative from Hong Kong, Anderson Shum. Anderson is currently the president and founding member of Hong Kong Young Academy of Sciences. He's also the vice president of research at the City University of Hong Kong, also a chair professor of chemical and biomedical engineering in the Department of Chemistry, Department of Biomedical Engineering, and Department of Material Sciences and Engineering, very long, at the same university. He's also one of the, also a director, actually a co-director of one of the Inno-Hong Kong centers that's stationed at Hong Kong Science Park called the Advanced Biomedical Instrumentation Center, ABIC. So without further ado, Anderson, please, thank you.
So first of all, I'd like to thank all of you for joining our summit. It's fantastic to meet so many friends and colleagues, and most importantly, people who are like-minded in science, in young generation. And my role here is to share a little bit of what I know and what I have experienced in Hong Kong. So the topic of my title today is connecting, cultivating, contributing through cross-cultural collaboration. So really young, I think as many speakers have mentioned, we are not that young anymore. So we can be the bridge between even younger people, our students, and more established scientists. And academics and scientists, we are really standing between some of the unknown and our society, so that hopefully we can turn discovery into impact. And Hong Kong, we are positioning ourselves as a super connector of China with the rest of the world, and therefore we have a lot of ways to connect, to cultivate, and to contribute, which I'll talk about. So as the president, it's important for me to introduce our Hong Kong Young Academy of Sciences, which is a chapter of our Hong Kong Academy of Sciences. We are established in 2018, so not yet 10 years old yet. And currently, we have 73 members. I think some of our members now are our alumni members, because the oldest that you can enter our academy is 45, and by the time you reach 50, you become a alumni member. And we try to bridge together outstanding and aspiring young scientists to form a very vibrant community. Hopefully, we can then contribute our efforts in multiple areas: science popularization, inspiring and nurturing future talents, and also connecting between research, technologies, innovations through connections and liaison with our partners in the societies, universities, industries, etc. And this is the picture, the day that we have our inauguration ceremony. I believe it was also on this stage, actually. And at the time, our chief executive and also the then president of Hong Kong Academy of Sciences and the then president of Hong Kong Young Academy of Sciences are all there. This is our current status. So since then, we have been having our new members in election and induction regularly. And so far, we've had about over 600 science events, and with over 150,000 participants. And I'll start also by introducing some of what I understand from Hong Kong, because we have a lot of friends from overseas as well, and from our partners in the mainland as well. So I think Hong Kong has a role to play as a hub for young scientists and academics, because of several factors. Importantly, I think we have a strong foundation because we have a lot of internationally recognized excellence through our universities. Many of them, or all of them, are very top ranked and enjoy international prestige. We also are very international. We have a very diverse mix of students and faculty members, providing a very international learning environment with English as the medium of instruction. Also, I think as academics and teachers in Hong Kong, you realize that the general public respects you a lot. I think that's because we have this history of respect for studies, for academics, and universities are considered to be the highest level of study institutions. So our society gives us a lot of trust. And also our systems in Hong Kong are highly integrated with everywhere in the world, our legal system, financial system. So when it comes to collaboration, we have a more common language that we can rely on. And also, I think Hong Kong, I'm a chemical engineer by training, and my undergraduate degree was in chemical engineering. So I think of a lot of the things using pipes, channels as model system. So we are a conduit of talent and trying to enhance the global connectivity. Our faculties and students possess a lot of international and mainland networks perspectives. And also many of our universities in Hong Kong have a lot of campuses, research institutes, centers in the mainland, especially in the Guangdong, Hong Kong, Macau, Greater Bay Area. And also, Hong Kong is a very unique place where you'll find lots of alumni from all top universities across different parts of the world. And that, I think, provides automatically the basis of very strong and international network and outlooks. And because of all of these and also the efforts by our Hong Kong government, as mentioned by our Secretary for Innovation, Technology Industry this morning, we are recently ranked together with Shenzhen and Guangzhou as an innovation cluster, #1 globally. So I hope that you will consider coming to this cluster when you're thinking about innovation, when you're thinking about building your companies, bringing your science to a bigger market into our mainland. So next I'll talk about connecting. So how and what we are doing in connecting with the rest of the world. As the Young Academy of Sciences in Hong Kong, we try to build partnerships with our global partners. So we have a lot of like-minded partners that we are working closely with. Many of you are here, and these are some of the ones that we have listed, and we welcome more and more. The reason why we want to do that, and the reason why we can do that, is because Hong Kong has a unique strength as a super connector, and we hope to be also super value added, meaning that we'll add value when you work with us, adding value to both of us, with synergies, with win-win situations for all the partners involved. And I think as some of our previous speakers mentioned, our Hong Kong Young Academy of Sciences is very honored to be part of the newly formed network of the Asia Pacific Young Academies, NAYA. This allows us to provide more of our events and activities opened up to our other friends under the guidance of our Global Young Academy. And so we've had online meetings, and since then we have been circulating a lot of our activities across the different partners in the network with each other, hopefully continue to strengthen our role as a conduit of talents and of events. And also, as mentioned earlier on by Mr. Gao, we are also now a member of the World Associations of Young Scientists Association. This hopefully will also allow us to integrate with a diverse group of members and share some of our common goals and activities. And this activity is a flagship activities that we are having today, the Young Academy of Sciences Summit. This is the third time we are running it, and every time we run it, I believe that we are making more and more friends, and we're getting to learn more and more from our partners who come from all over the world to Hong Kong. And so in future, if you have any other friends that you think we should invite, please do let us know, because we believe that this is how we can grow together and strengthen our partnership and friendships. We also have sub-conferences under this summit series focusing on key technology areas, such as life and health technology, artificial intelligence and data science, advanced manufacturing and new energy technologies. So these sub-conferences bring together experts from these fields to talk about the technical areas, the research, the translation, the commercialization, trying to bring communities in these different technical areas together. And we also work closely with our industries and friends to have talks on different emerging technologies. We have industry workshops. So to our friends from all over the world, if you're aware of certain industrial leaders from your region who would like to connect with us, we'll be very glad to organize similar workshops with them to introduce our sciences here and also get to learn about their needs, and hopefully we can build collaborations. The next that I'd like to talk about is in terms of cultivating. So how do we cultivate our next generations of young scientists, and how do we work together with the community and the society better? So as mentioned this morning also by Professor Dan Slow, we have different mentorship schemes, one of which is the Distinguished Masters Accomplished Students, with strong participations from secondary schools and also from secondary school principals who are very supportive in this program. And also we have also workshop organized by our Young Academy to introduce to students how to start a research project. We have different workshops, we have competitions, we have lab visits, and we have mentorships with our academy members to try and give them a sense of what it takes to start a research project. And we also work with the media, for example, newspapers, to have STEM columns to talk about technologies pioneered by some of our members, or some of our members go and talk about and comment on some of the leading technologies that are very popular at the time. So hopefully provide a scientist perspective to students and the general public. And as mentioned, I think one of the important role of Hong Kong is as a super connector of China with the world. So we also can have a lot of synergies with our mainland. For example, our strong research capability is really backed up by the increasingly stronger R&D investment and output from our mainland, and also our enterprises in the mainland are also going global. So many of these mainland companies, as they go global, they would also require talents with international capabilities. So if Hong Kong can fulfill this role to bring young talents to get them familiarize themselves with the mainland industries, then when our mainland industries go overseas, there are more talents that are knowledgeable about how the setup is like for them to grow further. And this is also helping our partners overseas to expand and to also get to connect it with our mainland. And so Hong Kong is really ideal as a convergence point strategically for global talents industries because of our strong foundations in research and talent training. And this is also aligned with one of our national goals, which is to build a leading nation in education. Hong Kong can take advantage of our one country, two systems to serve as a strategic hub for our national educational development because of our strong educational capabilities as well as our connectivity with other parts of the world. In terms of contributing, so I'll share a few of my own personal understanding of the pathways that we think we can continue to contribute to the world. The first pathway is really for us to be a premier hub for nurturing global talents. If we can attract students from different parts of the world, particularly Belt and Road partner countries, we can use, for example, internship opportunities to familiarize themselves with mainland enterprises, technologies and standards. Then we can train relevant talents from overseas for industries for the world. And then we can also be a gateway for global corporations when they want to explore and develop in the mainland. Hong Kong can be their stepping stone, providing our academic capabilities and connections, and also helping them to get connected to the mainland like a tour guide. And we can also have the capability of providing whole person education. For example, if we can offer scholarships to attract overseas secondary students to study in Hong Kong, building important connections early, and then connect, and then these will be very important connectors between our nation and other parts of the world. Another pathway is global academic collaboration. I think our Hong Kong is having a lot of big plans now on innovations and technology. This morning, I think it was also mentioned that we are in the process of developing this Northern Metropolis. One of this parts of the northern metropolis will be the university town. And if we can build, for example, branch campuses of top universities, then we can partner with them to train talents maybe from overseas and from mainland in Hong Kong, and then they have the knowledge to go everywhere, and that could be very important. And also, Hong Kong is very conveniently located with a lot of history of working with different partners. So if we can attract international academic bodies, academic associations to set up headquarters or regional headquarters in Hong Kong, that could be a way to connect different culture together. And the third pathway is really to be a hub for innovation and knowledge exchange to attract mainland corporate R&D investment in Hong Kong, using Hong Kong as a basis for mingling with different talents, technologies, etc. And if also Hong Kong can take advantage of its strength as a financial market. If we can set up private research funds, foundations in Hong Kong that funds research from different parts of the world, we can also have a better platform for innovation and knowledge exchange. And also, Hong Kong can become a destiny for academic discourse. For example, if we have more and more connectivities and more venues and more support, we can be the preferred host for a lot of world-class and international conferences and also hubs for scientific exchanges. So as I think some of our young academies mentioned, we are also fortunate that our government is listening to us, so we have opportunities to advise them in different occasions, and we'll continue to do that. And I think it's occasions like this that we gather our thoughts and gather our creativities to think of ways to help Hong Kong to build together so we can advise our policymakers. And that's also one of the roles of Hong Kong Young Academy of Sciences. So to end, I'd like to highlight that as Hong Kong young academics and scientists, we hope to shape the future because Hong Kong is uniquely positioned to be an indispensable international hub in innovation, technology, as well as education. And if we continue to offer our thoughts, put in our efforts, I think we can fully leverage Hong Kong as a unique location for national development as well as for the world, while securing our Hong Kong's long-term competitiveness and making Hong Kong not just an international financial center, but also an international innovation and technology center, and also a center for scientific and academic exchange. So with that, I'd like to thank all of you for listening.
Thank you so much, Professor Shum. Please remain on stage. Thank you very much for your informative sharing. Following this inspiring perspectives on young-driven science, let's reconvene our speakers for the panel. This discussion will emphasize how young scientists, through their community building and cross-cultural collaboration, are uniquely positioned to bridge disciplines and generations. Together, we will explore their collective power to cultivate minds, drive progress, and shape the future of research. And now may I invite Professor Shum, please be seated. Meanwhile, I would like to invite our moderator, Professor Stephanie Ma, and our panelists, including Dr. Sam Sok-Yi Chan, Mr. Gao Chunbo, Dr. Abby, Dr. Dennis Newman-Griffiths, Dr. Esteban Krycek, and also, of course, Professor Shum already here. Welcome on stage again. May I pass the stage to Professor Ma? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just before the session started, I was reminded that we'll be having a MOU signing ceremony right after this panel discussion. So, this is really to try to fortify some of our collaborations with young academies across the globe. So I'll be mindful of the time. But I think it is really a rare and unique opportunity where we have representatives from academies across the globe sitting on one stage. So thank you for joining us. It is really a pleasure to have the opportunity to host and to moderate this session. My first question to all of you here would be, and I'm sure we have different experiences from different parts of the globe. We have representatives from Southeast Asia, Hong Kong, Thailand, and China, whole of China, and more global perspectives. So what are some of the challenges do young scientists commonly face when entering global scientific communities? And can you share some advices on how to overcome some of these barriers? Maybe Sam? Yeah.
Okay, coming from the global landscape, the challenges that we face are mostly very much linked to what have been discussed in the morning, which is the geopolitics, because when we are gathering all the young scientists to have works together, that is one of the big barriers that we are facing. However, we are trying to, have a program to help some of our scientists from different countries to be evacuated from, the world region or things to support them in any ways that we can. So that is, however, when we look at this as a barrier, in another point of view, it is actually a diversity in a global landscape that make Global Young Academy a unique feature of many transnational, transdiscipline, transcultural, of course, translational, and eventually transformation. So that's my response.
Thank you. And how about Chumbo? Yeah.
Young people have more energy and more bright mind. They are the most active for new ideas. If we care for young people, we care for the future. If we win the young people, we win the future. This time, we talk about the young scientist advantage in global challenge. I think young scientists are full of new idea, energy to creative. Young scientists don't have fixed thinking. They like to break the rule. They don't follow old idea and don't listen to expert. Young people act fast and have strong ability to do things. Maybe their idea are not perfect, and try them. Just do it. This time, today, I think 100 years ago, Mr. Liang Qichao said 一句话，红日初升，其道大光，河出伏流，一泻汪洋。潜龙腾渊，鳞爪飞扬。如虎啸谷，百兽震慌。鹰隼试翼，风尘翕张。还有什么来着？还有还有那个奇花初胎，郁郁皇皇。干将发兴，有作其芒。天戴其苍，地履其黄。纵有千古，横有八荒。前除四海，来日方长。美哉我少年中国，与天不老。壮哉我中国少年，与国无疆。这是100年前梁启超先生写给当时的中国的青年。那么他把当时的中国的青年比喻成，初升的红日，奔流的江海，也包括潜龙、龙、虎、鹰潜龙、幼虎、鹰隼等等。我想这些词语也适用于现在的这些 young scientist. Thank you.
I'm not going to try to translate that. I'm sorry. To be frank, but thank you for that sharing. And I'm Avi. Yeah.
No, why didn't you try? Anyway, so I can't speak for all young scientists. So I'm going to just speak within, I think, the Southeast Asian nation perspective. I think our strength, which is humility, that actually allows us, to appreciate what other people are doing better. I think sometimes it's one of the greatest challenges, and I think because that over humility, if that's possible, I think translates to imposter syndrome. And I think especially, I thought Prof. Qureisha's work today when she presented, how researchers don't see themselves as knowledge generators in certain parts of the world. That's not also because they didn't, but it's also because they were systematically removed from that creative process. And so I think one of the challenges has always been, how do we actually give them the confidence that actually their voice matters, but while also calibrate so that they don't become super egos, because they need to understand that it needs to be scaffolded around experience, and there is wisdom in that experience. So I think that's what is the biggest challenge for a lot of young scientists, because I think it is capturing individuals at a very narrow, small window of their career. And that's why the second challenge would be succession planning, because it's also equally important that the same young scientists that discover their voice in a young academy have to graduate and move on so that the next generation of young scientists have that safe space.
Thank you, Avi, for sharing that. I can't agree more. Imposter syndrome is real, and I personally have also gone through that. In particular, being a woman in science, I think it's shared by many people in the field. Thank you for sharing that. And Dennis, yeah.
Yeah, I think in addition to not necessarily believing that you should be in a particular room, there's just so much to know, and in the sense of young scientists have to learn how to deal with a lot of different systems. So obviously I'm coming from the UK, and if there's the one thing that the UK loves, it's a bureaucratic system. But we have to learn how to navigate working within a university, getting funding, teaching and training students, all these sorts of things, and like how different aspects are rewarded within that. It's then very difficult to add on top of that, trying to work on a global level of understanding how do those systems differ in different contexts? What are the different priorities that other people need to work with? What are politicians working with? What are policymakers working with? And how does that differ? So I think there's a significant barrier just in terms of the kind of knowledge, the accrual of knowledge that needs to happen to be able to function effectively on a global stage is something that I think young academies are very well positioned to help address, to be a route to do that, but it can be a real barrier for helping people also select themselves out from participating because they just don't know what they don't know.
Thank you, yeah. And Pierre?
Yeah, just to be on that, I think this, apart from very obvious logistical, geopolitical issues, like Dennis was spot on the fact that as a scientist, we are trained to be in the lab, right? To do the pipette, to do data analysis, but we never trained to talk to people from different culture. Just as simple as like what's going on in the Middle East right now. Like most of the scientists have no clue, right? Like most of us don't read news. We read papers, we read scientific articles. We know our subject very well, but stepping outside, like cultural differences, the way people think, the way people come to work, like on time, not on time, like those like small things that sort of like when we start going outside our comfort zone, our own culture, like it can be very difficult for scientists who are not being trained. Like people that diplomats or people who work in international relationships, they've been trained to do that, but not us. We were trained to do science, and we sometimes like focus on getting the science results so much that we forget the human part of it. So I think like us here being able to travel abroad or being trained abroad helps a little bit with that. But even that, still we have 5 or 6 year PhD. It's not enough time to like learn every culture on earth, and that's every time we step outside our country, we actually have to learn all these differences, and that can be daunting. That can be really challenging.
Cultural differences, and of course, Anderson.
Thank you. I think being a young scientist is a little bit like trying to start a startup. You have to look for investment, you have to find the right team, you have to sometimes maybe pivot to different business plans to get things to work, and there's so much uncertainty that requires so much creativity that sometimes you will get lost. Sometimes you have the issue of getting the trust from your potential investors, your partners. Sometimes you may have self-doubt. So I think once you are established, maybe it becomes clearer what the track looks like. But being a young scientist, there's no obvious track. You have to carve your own track, and you have to walk your own directions, and sometimes that could be very challenging and also poses a lot of pressure on the young scientists.
Thank you. So my second question, again to the whole panel, I mean, nowadays science is so cross-disciplinary, right? It's very collaborative. We can't just work alone. Like in the olden days, like when you can just publish a paper just with one discipline. But now we really encourage people coming together to solve bigger problems. So, in your opinion, what are the key ingredients for sustaining foster such a collaborative, vibrant, and inclusive scientific community or project? Maybe I'll start with Anderson first.
Sure. I think to start with, you have to match people with different expertise, because if the expertise are overlapping, there's very little to collaborate on. There will be more to compete against each other. But if for a true collaboration, you need everybody with very complementary, synergistic expertise. And also sometimes we look for great people, but sometimes a great team of ordinary people may work better. So I think it's sometimes when you try to find partners, you may have to find some that are like-minded and also that can offer perspectives and expertises that are maybe just good enough, not necessarily the best. If everybody is the best, then sometimes it's hard to form a great team.
Thank you. Pierre?
Yeah, I think this is very challenging, of course. And then one of the things that we try to, at least sort of speaking from a Thailand perspective in our circle of TAISA, is that one of the things we always said at the beginning of every workshop, every event, is that every opinion is okay. Nothing is stupid, right? You might come from the place that you're being judged all the time, like in traditional Thai school, there's right and wrong, and you're afraid to be wrong, afraid to be stupid in front of other people. And once we open up the venue, we want to make sure that people we're selecting into the room, A, they come from different disciplines, and B, they are open-minded enough to listen to the other people. There's no shutting people idea down from the get-go. So I think it's very important not just to get great people in the room, but to get good people as well, because sometimes great people get a lot of things into their way and doesn't lead to collaboration. So I think try to people with the right mindset, with the right passion, I think can be important ingredients.
Thank you. And Dennis?
One of the really big challenges in interdisciplinary collaboration, and doubly so in intersector working, is making sure that there is a shared understanding among everybody who's involved of what different perspectives contribute, and B, what different perspectives contribute. In that if you're all sort of tackling the same problem, we're trained, our training tends to be discipline-based. And discipline-based training says this way of looking at things is the right way. It's what's going to be informative. It's what your community will believe. So then when we bring together an interdisciplinary intersector team, we have to fight against that and articulate your way will contribute in this way. This other methodology, say I'm a computer scientist working with a social scientist, we will have different ways of understanding the same problems, and they each contribute something different. So creating that sort of understanding of what will you get from the sum of the parts being greater than the whole. The other half of that then is being able to articulate to each person what will they then get out of it. Well, how will their perspective, how will their priorities benefit? Because as much as we like to, try to be altruistic, there's also a matter of understanding how, I have many demands on my time. How will this help to contribute to my goals? And that can actually, takes a lot of intentional working at the start of a collaboration to go through that process of articulating what will each person add, what will each person gain, and building that kind of culture around that. But when you do, then you get something that's very powerful.
So what I'm hearing is shared mindset, right? Shared vision and passion, but also clear divvy up of your KPIs of what you're contributing into that project or to that question, and that will be very important. Yes, and Avi?
Yeah, so I'm just going to emphasize further, this intentional, interdisciplinary, and sustained collaborations. I think, besides how we train, it's the values and mindset. Ultimately, and I think it's very interesting. I haven't read the article by GYA on academic promotions. I think the problem is that despite most scientists will say, oh, industry, they only make money, but when you actually ask the motivations of many scientists, it's still very much shaped by neoliberal capitalism, where it's still winner takes all. Am I the corresponding author? Am I the first author? Am I the one that's the PI on the grants? So ultimately, all of this is incongruent with the ultimate goals that we are actually talking about, which are the problem statements, that are the grand challenges, and whatever. So I think there needs to be a recalibration, of this winner takes it all, and this disproportionate way in which it's a zero-sum game. And I think, how we actually distribute the pie
It's going to be extremely critical to incentivize the right kind of behavior. Not all of us are privileged like Prof. Qurecia, which found her best collaborator as her life partner. So both had to definitely succeed, right? And as a result, but for many of us, we don't have that. Yeah.
Thank you. And Chimbo?
When faced a problem, young scientists like to ask a question or imagine new things. Some try new things that others don't agree with, break the rule and go to new air. Some do it sometimes just because they're interesting, not for gain. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and Sam?
Yeah, I have some opinion about going out of comfort zone being the key ingredient to be the young scientists to be able to collaborate transdisciplinary, as well as being resilient and never give up. If I'm allowed to say in Cantonese, 好似小強咁樣，打唔死啊！曱甴係啊。
Thank you. And actually, just to end, right? I've been reminded I'm over time. Just to end, because we're young, but there are a younger audience out there, and so I would like to ask you really sort of, give your words of wisdom to the younger generation. So maybe. Anderson, can you start maybe just the words of wisdom, like a short, quick answer for a younger generation on, for them?
I think just be courageous and open-minded, because I think none of us really know what future will be like. I think the other day I was sharing with some of my students, I was sharing with them that when I started my academic position in Hong Kong, I wouldn't have imagined that there would be programs such as InnoHK, there would be plans to build an international innovation and technology center in Hong Kong, there would be Young Academy of Sciences. But if you stay open-minded, if you are courageous trying to make things happen, then great things may happen in future, and sometimes you may even be able to get involved with some of this, and that will give you a lot of satisfaction.
Thank you. Pierre?
For me, it would be don't afraid to fail, because I think there's a lot of pressure for younger generation to perform all the time that you see on social media. Everyone is succeeding in some way. They just don't show you. So like everyone fail, and the more you fail, the stronger you are as a person.
Thank you. And Dennis?
If something interests you, it's important, and believe in that. Nobody will see the same questions, nobody will ask the same things, even if it doesn't seem like it's necessarily aligned with what people around you are thinking or asking. That is, if it's something that stands out to you, then it is an important question, and you have an important thing to say on that. So seize onto that and hold fast to it.
Naveen?
Yeah, just like K-pop demon hunters, each one of you, really discover your own inner demons and fight it and be resilient, and color your own hormone. Whether it's golden, whether it's rainbow, whether it's silver. Ultimately, I think you can see science is an amazing opportunity for many of us, and you can have a successful and rewarding career. But if that's not for you, it's okay. Just make sure that you are a friend of science.
那陈博有没有一些鼓励的话跟我们下一代讲
？Just like Xi Jinping sent a letter for the World Young Scientist Summit， 科技的未来在青年，应该是 the youth hold the future for science and technology.
Great, thank you. And Daba say, other than that,
believe in yourself.
All right, that brings us to a wrap to this session. I hope you all enjoyed it, and thank you very much for the panelists here. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing, and may I invite your guests on stage step forward to have a photo together. Wow, we just heard so much wisdom, curiosity, resilience, belief, and also K-pop, and also Silke. Well, there's a lot of keywords, and then I think it will be good wisdom for the young people, especially there to remember. So let's stand closer, and then we are getting ready to have a photo. Okay, so now I believe we are ready. So let's have a look to the center to have the photo. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. One more to go. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Few more to go. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Okay, thank you so much. May I now invite Dr. Chen, Mr. Gao, Dr. Abi, Dr. Krychek, and Professor Shum, please remain on stage and stay on the side. For Professor Moore and Dennis, Dr. Dennis, please be seated. Thank you. Wow, so now we are going to move to a pivotal moment in today's proceeding, the signing of a Memorandum of Understanding. This document formalizes a shared commitment between 5 organizations to foster scientific exchange and collaboration. So it sets the framework for partnership where both parties will explore opportunities to exchange knowledge, co-organize events, and support each other's scientific and educational missions. So now I would like to invite first Dr. Sam Chen, co-chair Global Young Academy, to proceed to sign. Thank you. While this signature is more than a formality, it is a promise of shared endeavor and a foundation for future discovery. So you can hold the pen and then look at the camera. Yeah, the action photo. Yes, continue to have a look to the center. All of you are the stars today. Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you. So now pass the stage to Mr. Gao Chunbo, Vice Chairman and Secretary General, World Association of Young Scientists. While each signature represents a dedicated step towards turning shared ambition into collaborative reality. I can see being scientist is not easy, and also we have to get at the Chinese problem as well. Let's have a few more photos. Thank you so much. Next, may I invite Dr. Abi, immediate past chair ASEAN Young Scientists Network, to sign. While with every stroke of the pen, they are not just signing a document, but also building a bridge between both institutions. Thank you so much. And next, may I invite Dr. Ekban Krychek, Executive Member and former co-chair, Thai Young Scientists Academy, to sign the MOU. This estimates a mutual pledge to embark a joint journey of exploration and progress. We're really looking forward to the new page. Thank you. And last but not least, may I invite Professor Anderson Shum, President and founding member, Hong Kong Young Academy of Sciences. Today, we witness here the solidification of intent, where a formal agreement blossoms into the potential for groundbreaking synergy. Let's continue to have a look at the center. Well, you have so many fans as well. Thank you. Continue to sign. Thank you so much. Thank you. The MOU is now signed, and then may this partnership be fruitful and contribute greatly to the advancement of science. Now may I invite our guests on stage proceed to the center of the stage while holding up the MOU for the photographer. This is more than a paper, more than an agreement. Will be a close collaboration for 5 organizations. Let's have a look to the center. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay, a few more to go. Thank you for representing 5 organizations to sign this very important MOU, and we're looking forward to more collaboration in the future. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Thank you, and please return to the seats. Thank you. Before we proceed to the coffee break, I would like to invite members of Global Young Academy and members of the Hong Kong Young Academy of Sciences. Please stay with us for the group photo later on. And for the others, we are now proceeding to the coffee break. Please go to the reception hall to enjoy and don't miss the chance to interact with the others. We will see you again after 20 minutes. See you. Thank you. So now I would like to invite the members of Global Young Academy and members of the Hong Kong Young Academy of Sciences. Please gather in front of the stage. We're going to have group photo on stage. Thank you. May I now invite the members of Global Young Academy and members of the Hong Kong Young Academy of Sciences. Please proceed to the stage to the together. Okay, let's get ready. We'll still have 1 to 2 more members. Wow, I can feel the passion and enthusiasm. Okay, we can stand in one line, then you will look even better. In one row, we can stand in one row. Yeah, better in one row, but we can stand closer to each other. Because we have so many, experts. Yeah. Yes, we can stand a little bit. Twist. Yeah, like this. Dr. Abby, you're so important. You have to step a little bit forward. Somebody's covering you. Yes. We can hide you. Okay, let's have a look to the center. Continue to have a look to the center. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, keep smiling. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you. So for the members of Global Young Academy, just stay with us. We will have one more video. Sorry. Okay. Is it all set? Is it okay? Okay, please have a look to the photographer in the center. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. One more from the mobile phone. Yeah, don't forget your big smile. Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Hong Kong Science Summit. Building on today's discussion, we now turn on the focus to the future. Please welcome our panel to explore the next decade of science. Now, may I invite our moderator, Professor Anderson Shum, President and founding member, Hong Kong Young Academy of Sciences, and our panelists, including Professor Kevin Song En Sheh, member, Hong Kong Academy of Sciences, and Professor Carmen Chet-Lui Wong, member, Hong Kong Young Academy of Sciences. Ms. She Yi-Oi, PhD student, the University of Hong Kong, and Ms. Ji Yen Lam, student, Shau Kei Wan Government Secondary School. Welcome on stage. So we are looking forward to the insightful sharing. Professor Shum, the stage is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. So thanks everybody for staying to this section. I personally believe that this is one of the most exciting sections because it's very rare that you get 4 generations of scientists. We have established scientists. We have from the students. So I hope that we'll have a fantastic time together, learning from all of them. So maybe we can start by briefly introducing yourself quickly in the 1 or 2 sentences so that we get